Hey everyone, I'm Cosmic and welcome to the cloud. My computer is being a little bit slow, hopefully that is not going to be an issue. Hello Zinc Nova. So yeah, as you can see, we're gonna start with Splatoon, but then we're gonna try something different. I will wait a little bit to explain. Hello, Mr. N. Oh yeah, I didn't notice your name, but one of my friends pointed out, like, hey, isn't that a guy who views your streams? So yeah, I didn't even realize it was you who disconnected, but good to know you didn't rage quit. Rip your Switch though, I guess. Rip that match for you. Good morning, America. So true. Actually, it's afternoon where I live, but yes, welcome. Oh god, okay, well, I did not expect that to blow up so fast. Dun, dun, dun. No, what do you mean skivity? No, Deltarune is not skivity. Deltarune is cool. I do not associate that. But yes, I don't know. So I'll probably end up explaining this a couple of times, but basically, there's this survey going around, that just like lists a bunch of, you know, common Deltarune community theories, and I think it's like fairly long. Like, I don't know how long it's gonna take to do, but I was thinking of like swapping over to that around the halfway point. So giving it like an, I mean, the thing is I'm gonna want to yap. Like, I'm sure if I was just sitting there taking, it's literally just a Google form. And I'm sure if I was just going through it by myself, I could probably get through it in not too long, but I gotta yap about everything. Because that's what makes it content. The survey sucks? What do you mean? I don't know. I saw someone do part of it, and it seemed fun. So we'll try it. If it sucks, we won't have to do it. Oh god. Really poor explanations? I mean, I know. I'm pretty deep in the. I feel like I won't need too many explanations. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I can look things up, or maybe if you guys know, you can explain them to me. We'll see. Why is Woody in the thumbnail? See, I cannot. Well, we'll get there when we get there. Those who know know. If you know, you know. Oh god. I don't know if Woody theory is on the survey. I assume it is, but it's just the funny meme theory, so I put it there. Oh god. We'll figure it out. I don't know. I just, Deltarune keeps coming up on the stream because there's apparently a surprising amount of crossover. I mean, I guess it's not surprising. I'm like a lore channel, not a Deltarune lore channel, but if you like Splatoon lore, you might also like Deltarune lore, and I thought it would be funny. So we'll see how it goes. I expect to at least like half the viewership while that's going on, but you know, that's that's how it goes. That's fine. I'll have enough to yap about on my own anyway. Don't take it this way. Yeah, don't. That was a bad idea. This game is a disaster. I mean, we're winning actually, but I don't know how we're not. They're going like the worst possible way, and we're like barely stopping the push. Why did they take it here? Did we take it here? Why is the Rainmaker should never be here? The Rainmaker should never be here on this map. I don't know why they took it here. Yeah. Oh god. I don't know who made the survey. We can check it out. I mean, I have it open. I'll be like fully transparent. I saw Andrew Cunningham do a stream where he played another game while doing the survey, and I'm like, I want to do that. That sounds fun. So, I think it's a thing I don't know. I don't watch a ton of Deltarune, like, streamers. But I don't know. I think it's like the thing right now. It's the thing right now for Deltarune people to do, and I want in on it. I don't know if it's really that exciting. It's just a Google form, but it's just something to talk about. Oh, I meant to put it in the description. Remind me to post the link. Yes, I know device theory. Oh, I don't know how, that'd be very hard to, like, succinctly rank. Well, not really, because it's pretty much, it's not even, I mean, it is a theory. It's mostly just, like, a very thorough analysis. So, I don't know if that shows up on the survey, but I know device theory. I've watched all of the Molly-Stars videos. Well, not like every video on the channel, but, you know, all the device theory ones. Oh boy. I probably watched most of their videos, actually. Hi. Yeah, I guess they started with all the analysis stuff. Oh god. What, Chris Knife Knight theory? Is it just Chris Knight, or is there, what is the knife? I don't know what the distinction is there. I'm aware of, I mean, that's not even like a, I don't know if you call that a theory, Chris being the knight. I mean, I guess it's, you know, one of a couple possible directions the story could go, but... I don't think Chris is the knight, if that's what you're asking. I don't know. Are, like, knight theories on here? The knife, specifically? I guess I haven't heard of it. I don't know what that means. So are we going to spend the whole Splatoon section just talking about Deltarune? Maybe we could just jump over to the survey sooner than halfway if that's what the people want. It's the knife? What, people think, like, the knife is sentient? Wait, no, you already... Wait, what? Okay, I don't know. You'd have to explain it, I guess. You're on Papyrus. I don't think Papyrus is the knight. I think it's funny. Okay, I might have to look that one up. I mean, I'm not opposed to doing a little bit of research if that's what it takes. I don't know, I guess I watch more like analysis stuff than theory stuff, and then I just like, I'm pretty sure I've watched the Woody theory video, at least part of it. I don't, like, I normally am not as big a fan of like just total like crack theories. So if there are a bunch of those on there, I may have to be educated, but that'll be the fun of it, I think. I mean, I don't know how serious Woody theory even is. Like, I don't know, like, Spooky Dude is the guy who made it. I think, I don't know how much he actually, like, believes it. Like, I feel like it was, like... Well, it's the same with, like, the, I know Half-Bred Chaos, it was a different YouTuber, has pointed out, like, there's a surprising amount of evidence for, like, Icy actually being important, or being, like, this weird cryptid thing. I mean, that's, like, the joke, but then, like, I don't know. You never know with Toby Fox. There is lots of, I mean, okay, quote-unquote evidence. The gist of it, from my understanding, is just, like, it's, you know, they think the secret boss of Chapter 3 is gonna be, like, a Woody-adjacent character, and Toby Fox made a weird version of You've Got a Friend in Me on his Tumblr, where he edited the song to say friend inside me. I don't know too much deeper than that. Oh god. Oh, I guess, yeah, I remember there's, like... I'm blanking on them now, but I know there were other, like, weird, obscure Toby Fox Toy Story things. Oh, there's, like, Queen's Mansion. The concept art was, like, make it look like that one Toy Story ride, and there's, like, there's, like, a photo? I don't know. I've, like, seen all this stuff, I just don't remember it that well. But, yeah, I know it's, like... It's at least funny to talk about. Oh my god. Yeah, Toby with the cutouts. Okay, that's... I was thinking of that photo. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it means anything, but... you know, we'll get to the rating, I guess. We'll see what I give it, because I'm not really sure. Hello, Anti-Flow. Oh boy. Also, happy Thanksgiving weekend, I guess. I don't know for any Americans. I like wasn't sure if I was gonna be able to stream this weekend, but there's like a big football game that my family cares about today that they're all watching, and I don't care. So I'm here. Your theory relies on the fact that the cowboy boss fight would use the green soul. That feels so specific. I mean, I know people think that we might get different soul abilities after Spamton, but I don't know how that would relate to the theory, but alright. It will be weird. Because, like, I can't imagine any of the friend inside me stuff is intentional. I hope people aren't, like, upset when the secret boss isn't a cowboy. I mean, it could be. It literally could be, and that would be very funny. Yeah. Oh yeah, Splatoon season is ending soon. I'll be honest, even, like, I still just play the game enough that, like, I'm over 2 catalogs in. I think I'm literally at, like, 2.5. So, I still managed to clear it, no problem, but to be fair, I do have a lot of time on my hands. Oh, okay. I was scared they were chasing me. Yeah, I mean, obviously Spamton makes references to Mettaton, but besides, like, getting a new body and having a Mega Man blaster on his arm, they're not that similar, right? I don't know. I mean, it's not like a cowboy would have magic spears. I don't know what the similarities to Undyne would be. I guess being a sheriff is almost like being a royal guard. Oh my god. Please explode. Cool. For some reason I thought we were already in overtime. Okay, no, we win. Good. Wait, did we win? Yeah, we did, right? Okay. I like, for a second I'm like, how does Rainmaker rules with overtime work? Yeah, okay, good. Okay, that literally is the connection you mean. Okay, I mean, maybe. It's not like I know. Do not know if there's anyone out there who can truly predict the mysterious ways of Toby Fox. Okay, maybe I'll do it, I still want to get a little bit of Splatoon in today for the normal people. But, maybe we can hop into the Deltarune stuff a little sooner than I planned. Yes, I've seen the 7 Nights theory. I don't think I agree with it. I don't know. I feel like they wouldn't make such a big deal about the night, the roaring night, if it wasn't just like one thing. But obviously I don't think, you know, if I don't think Chris is the knight, then obviously there's already at least 2, quote-unquote, if making a fountain is the only criteria for being the knight, then we already have 2 knights, by my own definition. But I guess I wouldn't probably say that. So, it's a little complicated, but I think it's just, the knight is the one making the first 2 fountains, Chris makes the 3rd, and then beyond that, we don't know. Honestly, I have not made much progress on the Q&A video yet. Because, I mean, I kind of announced, well, I guess, I don't know, it was like a full week after. It's hard for me to immediately jump right into making a video right after finishing a big one. Obviously, the Q&A should be pretty simple, but I was just kind of waiting to, like, you know, for enough questions to roll in, which I think now there's like 50-something on the YouTube video, so it'd probably be enough. Oh my god. I'm always, like, not sure how candid I want to be with the Q&A stuff. I mean, always. I made one other Q&A, so I guess I'm referring to then, but, I don't know. It feels weird to, like, fully script it. I think I'll just, like, write some notes. But, like, I feel like whenever I just, like, try to answer a question candidly, then I listen back to the recording and I'm like, I don't like how I answered this. Like, I wish I had just, like, written this out. So, I'll figure it out. But, yeah, hopefully that will be, like, a smaller, quicker turnaround. That was kind of the point. You know, I wanted to just get out something without another 2-month gap between videos. Yeah, I don't know too much about Mother 3, but I mean, the fountains are definitely like, you know, not really like a MacGuffin, but, you know, the RPG thing that marks the end of a chapter and will somehow impact... I don't know, I mean, my big thing with the fountains is, like, I feel like no one talks about the fact that Chris seals the fountains. Like, I feel like that matters. Like, if I was to ever make a Deltarune theory, it would kind of just be like, what is actually happening? Wow, okay, nice triple. Quad? I don't know where the last guy is. Oh, hello. Not a quad, because they got it, but that's fine. But yeah, sorry to finish that thought. Like, my initial reaction, I think I might have brought this up before. Like, you know, I do fully agree with the whole, like, you know, the soul is, like, a separate thing from Chris, and a lot of the weird stuff that's going on with Chris has to do with that. But, like, my initial reaction when everyone was like, oh, like, Chris has been acting weird lately, like, I thought it had to do with something that, like Chris absorbed the fountain or something. Like, well, yeah, like, I mean, my thing, like, I've thought of this, like, if I was ever to make a video, it'd be like, where does the darkness go? That's kind of the big thing for me, and it's like, you know, obviously there's quote-unquote a light inside their soul, so it's like, does the light just subsume the darkness? Or does something, because it's like, darkness in Deltarune is like a thing, it's like, you know, it's not literally just the absence of light, it's like a present darkness. So it's like, I feel like, I guess my initial reaction was like that they somehow sealed like the darkness like within their soul or something. And then it's like, because also another thing I think not enough people talk about is the fact that the dark fountains like influence people. Because for both king and queen, it was said that like they became more like aggressive and like, you know, evil basically when the fountain happened. So I feel like if the knight's will is like, you know, the world is created like attuned to like the will of its, you know, creator or whatever. There's some line about that. So it's like the knight willed this world to exist and willed, you know, the rulers of those dark worlds to act a certain way. Like it might then be somehow affecting Chris if they, you know, like absorb it. Like to me, I don't know. I feel like that's like a big thing that I'm surprised I haven't seen like more theories about, because I feel like there's like something clearly going on there. So that's my whole thing. If I ever made a Deltarune theory, it would be about that pretty much, but I haven't figured out a way to like coherently tie it together. If Chris Knife theory is on the survey thing, then I can look it up, but I don't know. Maybe I could check it out later if it's not. Is Terra theory? I can't tell if that's misspelled T theory or if Terra theory is a different thing. If it is, I don't know what that is. I know what T theory is basically not even a theory. It's basically just true, I think. But yeah, I think it matters that it takes a human soul, because Deltarune has not made much of a distinction between humans and monsters, and like compared to Undertale, where it's like the whole game, everyone's like, oh, you're a human, I'm gonna kill you because you're a human. Like you're this, you know, fish out of water character in the underground. Like that's like the whole thing. And then Deltarune like barely mentions it, but then there's a couple of times where they're like, by the way, Chris is the only human. That's weird, right? So it's like, I feel like that will still matter to some extent that we haven't really seen yet. Okay, okay, I wasn't sure. Terra, I don't know what Terra Theory is. Yeah, I do think the save slots matter. I don't know about the Dark Fountain being the thing to make that happen. I don't know. Like, I'm all for the save slots being a diegetic thing because it literally, you know, obviously was like that in Undertale. So it's not out of the question. But I feel like we don't. I don't know. I mean, that is more kind of credence to what I was saying, at least. Like, I don't know about the save slots, but in terms of, like, it affecting Chris, it's like, yeah, you level up in the Dark World when you seal a fountain. So it's like you are, like, obtaining some kind of power. So I don't know. I just feel like that matters. Terra is like, wait, is this like a third entity thing? Did they just invent a character to go inside Chris's soul or something? Like, what? Who is Terra? This feels more like a fan fiction thing than like a theory, if I'm being completely honest. Oh, hey, Alex. Wait, like literally? Okay, if I were to rate that, I would say that's kind of stupid and not really. I mean, it's not stupid. Well, it's stupid if they're trying to claim that's actually like there's evidence in the game for that. If they just are trying to make up something to make the souls make sense until we get the real answer, that's fine. I mean, I don't know. I said this earlier, like, I'm not a big, like, you know, crack theory guy. I tend to stick pretty close to canon. I like, you know, like, analysis, and then just building off that. I mean, that's how I am with Splatoon. It's like, I'm not super into, like, headcanons, like, I mean, I can be, if they're, like, harmless, but, you know, like, I don't, I don't like the jumps in logic, the leaps in logic. Deltarune theories, yes, we're gonna get more. So here's, I mean, here's what the survey looks like. We're gonna get to this in a bit, but yeah, it'll be a whole thing. We're already literally talking about it, so sorry anyone who watches this stream or VOD who doesn't like Deltarune, because that's apparently all we're doing today. Do you think Gaster will be evil? No. I'm not sure with Gaster yet, because I don't know, I feel like a lot of people associate Gaster with the prophecy, and I'm not sure where that connection is really being drawn. I feel like that's kind of a leap. Like, I know a lot of people kind of, like, have this idea that Gaster is, like, trying to, like, make... It's, like, working with Rousey, where it's, like, trying to make this, like, the game happen, and, like, the story to play out, and I feel like that's... I don't quite see that. I'm not sure what Gaster's motives are yet, but I don't really see the connection to, like, the prophecy and everything. Besides, you know, in the game over screen, when it's like, you know, when you fail, Gaster's like, then the world will be covered in darkness. Like, that's like the only connection, I feel like. But I don't know. So I think Gaster is like... It's so hard to say until we know, like, Gaster's, like, actual, like... you know, like, literal physical place in the narrative. Like, is Gaster, like, between realities? Is Gaster, like, above the reality of the light world and but below reality in real life? Like, I don't quite know. I'm not sure what Gaster would gain from doing anything at this point, so it's very hard to really say anything. I could see Rule's card getting, like, a little bit more of a role. I don't feel like he's, like, a bad guy, though. Like, he's not he's not evil enough to be, like, like, if anything, I think he might become a more important, like, protagonist. Or, like, you know, at least a supporting member of the main characters. I don't think he would get more evil, really. Okay, friend? I know I put friend in the thumbnail. I don't think it matters at all. I think it's literally just a scary face that looks like Spamton. Like, I don't... I know it's in caps, so it's like, you know, Gaster relevant file or whatever, but like, I just... Like, I don't think it's a person. It's a floating space outside of a wall. Like, I can't imagine it matters. Like, I don't know. I think it's so, like, overanalyzed, to be honest. Mike is just an Agent 4 situation to me, where it's like, Mike might be interesting if there was anything to go off of, but so far Mike is just like a name. Like, I mean, there's like, I think Spamton mentions Mike 4 times in total, and 2 of those times he basically just says Mike. Like, we just know so little that it's like, I just don't really feel like you can... I don't know. I don't know, like, what is there to even say. Hello, Cosmic Cupid. Yeah, it's like I feel like Rules Card is gonna go from like joke character to like, you know, not like redemption arc, but you know, like competence arc. He's going to like do a single thing that actually matters for the story, but it's probably gonna be good, not evil. So I don't know. I can't say I'm deeply invested in the character arc of Rules Card. I think Sans will matter a bit. I don't know, I'm kind of iffy on Undertale characters, like, mattering a lot in Deltarune, because it sort of feels like they'd be, like, kind of, like, hijacking the story that isn't theirs. Like, I don't know, I know there's lots of stuff with Sans where people think he's, like, Undertale Sans is from Deltarune and whatnot, but I just don't feel like they'd be, like, a main plot point. I feel like that'd just be, like, a weird secret thing to maybe explain kind of like the AU nature of the world, but I don't think it will be like, you know, I don't think Sans will come on screen and be like, me and my friend Gaster have been planning something for you. Like, yeah, like I just I don't know. I just don't know if we'll ever see Mike. Like, I know he was mentioned in the Spamton sweepstakes, so like that gave it a little bit more credence. Like, I'll be honest, before the Spamton sweepstakes, I literally thought Mike was just like, you know, a character to make Spamton more depressed. Like, I did not think there was like any foreshadowing there. I thought it was just like a part of Spamton. So like, I mean, I guess the fact that like Tenna, whoever the hell Tenna is, you know, and there's some connection there, like, yeah, we might see Mike in chapter 3, but I don't know. I don't know if Mike will, like, even show up in person. Yeah. Well, Noel will definitely matter a lot. Like, obviously with Snowgrave and everything, and even without that, like, you know, all the angel references. She matters, but it is weird that she's like probably not in chapter 3, you know? Oh, nice. Like, I'm very confused how Noelle, I guess we saw like a sneak peek image, so I guess she'll probably be in 4. It seems weird to have such an important character just like skip a chapter, but I guess maybe that's not that weird. Spamton A reveals winners by going... Well, he says the answer is inside me because then the camera pans in his mouth, right? I don't think that's a... I don't think that's a Woody reference, but... you know, I guess I could see how, you know, the dots might be connected there. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, like, I'm very interested in the idea that, you know, characters from different Dark Worlds can know one another, because King and Queen just, like, casually, like, know each other and act like they're, like, divorced parents or whatever, and it's like, how does that work exactly? Like, was the computer in the unused classroom? Like, were the cards in the library? Like, I guess either of those things could have happened, but, like, yeah, I mean, the whole, you know, the whole kind of mechanics of like Dark Worlds generating history that already happened upon being made is a little, like, it's cool, but it's a little confusing exactly how it works. I mean, the way I see it, because I'm very much on board, which I think most people are, you know, the whole idea that, like, Dark Worlds are, like, fiction, kind of, like, you're, like, making a reality like someone would make a story. And obviously, like, things that happen in it can be real, like Birdly, you know, that happening, but, like, I think when you, it's not that all of this stuff already happened in a parallel dimension, and like the fountains just link the worlds. I think it literally didn't happen, but then when you create a Dark World, you make it so that it did happen, if that makes sense. Like, you create history while also creating like the present Dark World. That's kind of how I see it. But it is weird because then it's like, there's the idea that even without the Dark World being present, then like history still happens. So I think it's like, it is a case of like, it genuinely like ceases to exist. Like, I don't think it's two distinct like dimensions that are linked by the Dark World. I think a fountain literally needs to be there for the Dark World to exist at all, but you can like create history. Thus, like, you know, the Dark World like has a past, but the past didn't actually exist in the past. It's, I don't know, it makes sense in my own brain. I don't know if I can explain it very well, but I like, it works in my brain. Like, I don't think it's confusing, but I don't know if that's exactly how it's meant to function. I was pretty on board with the idea that Rudy was going to die before the end of the game, but I saw someone recently point out that, you know, that'd be like a really big deal for Noelle. Like, the whole game, you know, supposedly is going to take place over the course of a week, right? Because, you know, at the start of the game, Toriel's like, oh, Azrael's coming home in a week, and every chapter so far has been a day. So, presumably 7 chapters, 7 days, a week passes, Azrael comes home, that's the whole game. And it would be kind of weird for Rudy, like, Rudy is currently, you know, he's important to Noelle, but in the grand scheme of things, he's a very, you know, pretty minor character. But his death would have, like, a massive impact on Noelle as a character. And, like, it would be kind of weird to sort of wrench the focus of the story away from everything else that's happening to just focus on Rudy dying, but it would also be weird for Noelle to just be able to kind of move on from that happening and continue doing anything else. So, yeah, I currently think he's not going to die. My opinion was changed very recently on that. It was someone's Q&A video. I forget their name. There was a Deltarune lore YouTuber who just made a Q&A video, and that was the point they brought up, and I actually agree with that now. Stuffed Alpaca, yes. That person. Yeah, I mean, Rudy's saying he's going to go to church. There's almost definitely going to be a church in the Dark World. I think most people agree. So, yeah. It's actually, yeah, maybe he'll go to the Dark World and get healed. Like it was implied by Noelle that, you know, that was a thing they could maybe do. Do you think anyone gives a fuck about Birdly dying? It's so hard to say, like, what the weird route could end up being like. I feel like it's feasible that no one could find his body for, you know, there's only like 5 days left, right? Like, maybe just no one opens the closet to the computer lab. Like, I don't know. So, yeah, like, I guess it'd be implied that they probably found him eventually, but maybe it'll be after the game happens? Also, he might be in a coma, yeah. I don't know. It's hard to say. Because the thing is, like, the arm injury is... I guess it's not entirely one-to-one. Because, like, if he gets his arm, like, kind of, like, burned or, like, electrified, and then he can't move it in the light world, but I guess we don't really know. Like... We don't know if it was actually, like, seared, or if the nerves just kind of stopped working, I guess? So, like, it's hard to say if dying would be one-to-one, but I feel like it's not impossible that he's literally dead. Lung transplant for Rudy Holiday. I don't think Noah's... No, what? She would not start hating her dad. Oh god. I mean, the thing with killing off a character is, like, you know, you don't just do that for impact. You kill a character to impact the lives of other characters. So, like... I just don't know what, like... I mean, unless we want to go really dark with the whole escapism thing, and it's like Noelle's dad dies, so she just wants to pause the roaring, you know, and be lost in endless dark forever and forget her sadness. Like, I guess that's a direction it could go, but I don't know. I don't really feel like... Again, I just don't feel like Rudy... Like, so far, all of the dialogue with Rudy is literally optional. I know most people who play Deltarune are going to go around all of Hometown and talk to all the NPCs, but, like, you could play the game and not talk to Rudy. So I just feel like him becoming this, like, insane, you know, insanely important plot device character that sets the climax of the story in motion, it seems unlikely, and him dying without doing that seems unlikely. So I don't know. I don't think it'll happen. Maybe he's not... Well, yeah, but, like, ice is, like, a physical thing. Like, there are multiple reasons your arm could stop moving. You know, like, you could... Being paralyzed and being electrocuted... Like, it's... I just feel like it's, you know... I feel like if he was frozen, he would be literally, like, ice-cold frozen. And he just kind of is... I don't know, he's just, like, there. Okay, I've been hearing everyone saying the, how do you... Penumbra Phantasm? Is that what that is? I don't know what that is. I keep hearing that mentioned. I know about Onion Sun and the Song from the Sea, but I don't know what that song is. So, I guess I do not know the connection there. Really becomes a goner? I don't think people would become goners. I don't think that's a thing. I mean, I don't know. We don't really know what the goners are in Undertale. I know some people like the idea, because in Deltarune, you know, the character create is called Goner Maker. So there's the idea that Gaster, like, sent the goners to Undertale, which I could maybe get behind, but I don't see how any character would just, like, become one. This old song Toby Fox is going to make for Homestuck, but he never finished it. Okay. I mean, I don't know what that tells us about Deltarune, besides just solving a currently unanswered question. I feel like... I guess it's not impossible, considering Megalovania made it into Undertale, but... it could be literally any song, so I guess I don't have strong feelings about that either way. Oh, just like a mental... Maybe, but he doesn't... But he doesn't believe his arm doesn't work because he thought the Dark World was a dream, right? Unless he's just bluffing the whole time. Like... I could get on board with the mental block idea if he was like, whoa, we just got back from the Dark World and my arm got messed up. But he was like, oh, that was a dream. None of that happened. So it's like, I don't really... I mean, I guess you could argue that when his arm isn't working, maybe then he does realize that the Dark World was real. I don't know. I guess there's a... It's more nuanced than I thought, I guess. But, I don't think that quite makes sense. Yeah, he wouldn't... Yeah, because... Oh, okay. So it's... The edge of the shadow where dream and reality meet, or whatever. Is that the tweet? If that's the name of the song, that definitely adds a lot more to it. Okay, that's fair enough. Hi? Can I... This is the stupidest kill of my life. Okay, why'd they just stand there and take that? I guess they were trying to stop the push, but like... Okay, let's get lead, thank you. I totally missed that one climb, but thank you, teammate. Hello, Pat the player. Oh, I didn't even see you. You literally sent, yeah, the quote from the tweet. Okay, my bad. I actually missed that message, but yes. Yeah, that connection does seem possible in that case, but I also, again, it could be any song, and it being that song doesn't really tell us much. So it's a cool idea, but I don't have much else to add. The town is literally called Hometown, yeah, because the song is called A Town Called Hometown. It's continuation of the, you know, joke of people being, well, and an Undertale was Asgore who was bad at naming things, so it was just home and new home. I guess Asgore probably didn't name Hometown, but yeah, same idea. I don't know, it's weirdly charming. Like, I do like, I don't know. It sounds so dumb that it's called just new home, literally, but then it kind of has a weirdly nice ring to it. Again, it kind of works. What's referenced? Okay, I mean, I would need to watch like a video actually comparing them to fully buy into that, but. I mean, at some point, you just gotta be like, well, if both songs were made by the same guy, like, yeah, he took an unfinished song and made it into a finished song. I don't know if that's like a lore hint. I think that might just be the creative process. The creative process at work, but, yeah, regardless, it's cool that people found that, I guess. I mean, the holidays are the mayor, or the, you know, Noelle's mom is the mayor. I don't know if that makes you the owner of the town. It's not like a mayor doesn't normally name a town. It's normally like the founder, or the person who, like, discovered the area. Yeah, it would be neat. Oh, okay, that's true. I don't know, I guess I was very skeptical, but I guess I forgot about the line about it not being a new song. I guess my mind immediately would just go to being some kind of Undertale leitmotif, but I guess, yeah, it could be a deeper cut than that. Hello, Casey. I mean, Deltarune already has 2 towns if you count Castletown. I don't see why it would have another town. I think potentially we'll be able to go past the police tape on the west side of town. Like, maybe that's where the festival is. I doubt there would just be a whole second town for no reason. Yeah, wow, deep cut. That's the first actually Splatoon relevant thing I've said on this Splatoon stream. That was, okay. I was trying to knock him in the hole and then they just died, and then, okay. Please do not let a single clam get through. We let a single clam get through. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I mean, the game literally already has 2 hub world towns. I don't know where that idea comes from, that we would need another. Stars Insight made a video? Okay, I will maybe check that out later. Yeah, the holiday house. I wonder what the point of seeing the holiday house would be, though. Like, it does feel like it's a bit of a tease, having it be, you know, right next door to Chris's house and having the giant gate and everything, but, like... you know, it would be weird to have 2 Dark Worlds just in a house, and we know Chapter 3, obviously, so... I feel like it seems unlikely that we'd have much of a good reason to go there. But I guess, I mean, there could... For all we know, there could just be a bunch of cutscenes in Hometown that just happen. You know, from, like, the Chapter 4 screenshots we saw, where they're just chilling in Hometown. Like, they might not even go into a Dark World, that chapter, so... I guess that's when it could happen. Yeah, I mean, the bunker... We know so little about the bunker. I don't know how much I can say. It makes the Gaster noise, and something happened with Chris there. I guess I like the idea of it having something to do with deaths. Because I do think deaths matters. Like, to me, like... it's not like people aren't talking about deaths, But compared to like Mike, I feel like after chapter 2, everyone's like Mike, we TV guy, Mike. Like, no one cares about Mike. Mike does not matter. Can we talk about Des? Can we talk about the character who has the song literally called "Find Her"? Like maybe we should try to find her. You know, maybe that's like the actual point of the game is talking about Des. I think, yeah, there's something Gastery going on with Des. I don't know if she's with Gaster. But yeah, I'm definitely believe like the voice in the code is Des, and that she probably has something to do with the bunker. I liked most of what Molly Stars had to say about Des. The idea that it was like, you know, some traumatic event that Noelle kind of like blacked out. Something happened in the bunker, and now she just thinks that Des is missing because she like forgot what happened. Yeah, what about this friend? What about this sprite that shows up for 2 frames on the screen? Guys, we need to talk about this and not the actual like characters of the game. I don't know. I mean, it's easy to poke fun at stuff, but Deltarune community is certainly much better at actually analyzing things than the Splatoon community, so really can't complain. Hello, please learn. Okay, yep. Oh, okay, bad timing. See you, Zinc Nova. I don't really think goners are a thing. I don't know where you're getting all the goner theories. Like, I don't know. I don't think goners are gonna be like this, like, firm, established. I mean, unless something more with the vessel. Like, I do think something's happening with the vessel that we make at the start of the game, for sure. The fact that the game remembers the player's name, like, means it probably also remembers our goner maker choices. But, like, I don't really think another character would show up as a goner. Because you know, if what we are creating in that sequence is a goner, it looks like Chris. So, I mean, unless you make it bald, I guess. But, you know, I don't know. I don't think there's too much going on with that. I mean, yeah, like, I am on board with the idea that Gaster, like, made the goners that are in Undertale, but I don't know if that would matter to Deltarune. Because I'm not confident that Undertale and Deltarune Gaster are the same character at all. It's literally called Another Him, right? So, supposedly, this is like the AU version, just like every other Deltarune character to Undertale. I mean, that's not confirmed either way, but that's kind of how I have been seeing it. I don't know, like, there's got to be some connection. I do think there's some connection between, like, you don't just make a game where time travel is canon and timelines are canon and then make an AU universe with a bunch of the same characters and just say it's not connected. Like, obviously there's something going on. But I don't think the goners are really important. I can't imagine them mattering too much. Well, he like fell into his creation, and it's ambiguous what his creation was. A lot of people thought it was the core. Now a lot of people think it's a dark world. And supposedly he was scattered across time and space. So for most people that probably means dead. But for Gaster, clearly he's still present somehow. But he's not like explicitly like just dead. Yeah, the library NPC. I mean, I think there's gonna be like some huge lore drop in the library. Like, the books are like one of the biggest like tease things in the whole game. I feel like, where it's like, you know, because all the books have to do with like stuff you would expect out of Undertale. It's all like souls and humans and like that kind of stuff. So like, I feel like there's like some really important reveal about the humans that we don't know yet. Because it's weird. It's weird that there's no humans. Like, you know, as far as we know, there wasn't a monster-human war, but maybe there was. Maybe, like, the humans are all dead. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's some big thing with the humans we just don't know. Yeah. Well, there's a book that talks about the nature of the soul. Then there's like even like the tutorial book that's like, you know, how to raise a human. Like there's a human section of the library, which you know you would think would have human history. Again, it's probably not like Alpha's human history. It's probably real human history. So there's something big going on there. I'm almost more interested in that than the Monker, like, because I feel like that's where we're gonna get like the Undertale Deltarune. I don't know if they're not just gonna tell us the connection in like a book, but I think there's something big there for sure. Because I'm not into time loop theory personally, like the idea that the roaring already happened. I don't know. I feel like the ending wouldn't be satisfying. I guess if you break the time loop, I don't know. I just... The game doesn't feel like it's suggesting there's like time loop stuff going on. Obviously we're only 2 out of 7 chapters in, but like... I don't know. I mean, it's a little confusing how world-ending the roaring is. Like, does everyone actually die? Or is it just like everyone's like depressed? Like the Darkners turn to stone, so they're basically dead, but I don't know. It's not super clear what happens to the Lightners. It's not a time loop, you just think the roaring happened before? Well, how is the roaring undone though? I guess that's possible. I just feel like you have to have some kind of, you know... No, the roaring... The whole point of the roaring is that it affects... Like, it's... Darkness fills the light world, basically. But I don't know how it would have happened before no one knowing about it. Like, Chris and Susie don't know what a dark world is. They don't know what the roaring is when Ralsei tells them. They don't know that making dark worlds creates the roaring. Like, if this giant apocalyptic event happened in the history of the world, why would everyone forget about it? I don't see how you do that without some, like, time loop shenanigans, or, like... I know Jaru had some weird thing where it's, like, the angel... I mean, I think he did have a time loop theory, but it was also, like, the idea that the angel could, like... I don't know if he said that, actually, but, you know, there could be a thing where it's, like, their memories get erased, but it's, like... I don't know, that just feels kind of jank to me. I feel like erasing everyone's memories is kind of a contrived, you know, story element. It's like, oh, this thing happened, but no one remembers it, because if they did, it would ruin the story. Like, I don't know, I'm not too into that. It's just Men in Black guys show up and do the little stick things, the memory eraser devices. Yeah, I don't get what the point of that would be. I don't know what that would really do for the story. I mean, Woody Theory's been around for more than a few weeks, but yes, that is kind of the state of the community, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I think something happened to the humans, but I don't think it was the roaring. Because I don't know, what would undo the roaring? Like, you banish the Angel's Heaven, I guess. Is that if that's even related? Well, no, it is, right? Because the prophecy suggests that the roaring will happen, and then it will be stopped. Prophecies are weird, though, because it's like... I feel it depends on the script, whether the entire prophecy happens, or rather... the prophecy up to the ending part happens, but then the ending part is the one part you can revert. So it's like, I personally think the roaring is definitely going to happen, and will have to be, like, undone, but it could also be a thing where it's like the roaring's about to happen, and then they stop it. Like, I just don't think, like, you know, nothing, I guess it's like your choices don't matter. I feel like having like a determinism message in a Toby Fox game would feel very weird. Like I definitely think that's like a lot of people have said, you know, the your choices don't matter is going to be the it's kill or be killed of Deltarune, where that's, you know, that's not the moral, that's the thing that's going to be proven wrong. I just feel like Toby Fox is too optimistic of a writer to actually say that your choices don't matter and have that be the end-all be-all, which is why I feel like a time loop would kind of negate that, and a prophecy kind of negates that. Like, I definitely think following the prophecy is not, like, the good thing to do. So, we'll have to see exactly how it works out. I mean, the statue in Undertale is as real, is it not? I think they just have horns. I'm pretty sure the statue in Undertale is confirmed to be Asriel. It was taken from the hotel fountain, right? I don't know if that's popular fan theory, and I'm going off like the Undertale yellow depiction. I'm pretty sure that's basically confirmed. Also, my chat keeps disconnecting for some reason. It's been more of an issue on YouTube. I don't know what's up with that. So if I miss a few messages, I'm sorry. It normally like disconnects and reconnects right away, but I don't think I missed anything. Yeah, the statue in Waterfall, I'm pretty sure is meant to, I mean, it literally plays his theme. It plays Asriel's theme. So I'm pretty sure it's Asriel. Okay, I missed. Like, yeah. The whole thing with the there's only one ending thing. Like, I guess I just sort of agree with the general consensus. It's like, whatever happens... Like, I think that's why the time loop stuff is popular. Because it's like, no matter what happens, like... the same thing at the very end of the game will happen. So a lot of people think it's like, oh, well, if it undoes everything, then your choices don't matter and there's only one ending. Like, I get why that, like, makes sense. But, like, I don't know. It's just because there's already... the whole problem with the your choices don't matter thing is that our choices do matter, right? Like, Snowgrave is a thing that can happen. Even, like, little things, like, you know, finding the eggs, giving the chocolate to Alphys versus selling it to Sans. Like, there's choices we make that give us different results. And I know it's like, oh, even if Snowgrave happens, Crystal makes the fountain at the end. So, you know, your choices don't matter. But it's like, there's no way Noelle's dialogue is just going to remain the same, you know, from chapter 4 onward if we did Snowgrave. Like, there's no way it would just be like that. So, like, our choices matter. Our choices already matter. That's pretty much already been disproven. So I don't know what one ending means exactly, but I think there's going to be something. Like, something will happen at the end of the game that won't actually, like, change. But I feel like lots of other variables will. I don't know. It is a weird thing, though, because, like, a lot of people would consider that a different ending. Like, you know, Undertale has neutral, pacifist, and genocide, but, you know, if you're getting technical, it's like, okay, well, neutral is actually, like, 90 different endings. Because there's, like, slightly different things that can happen. So, I don't know. It's hard to say exactly what he means by that. But I hope it's not a time loop, I guess. I don't like time loop theory, but I'm not sure exactly what else would make as much sense. I don't think Snowgrave is going to keep happening. I definitely don't think it's like, oh, every chapter will have, like, a murder version. I definitely think it's something specific to Noelle and specific to certain circumstances. And I don't even know if there will be another, like, segment of the game where you go around killing people. But I do think it will matter. Like, I think Noelle being... Like, I guess the idea is that Noelle finds confidence either way, right? Like, she either, you know, learns to stand up to Queen and presumably her, you know, her mom in real life or in the light world, and, you know, kind of finds strength in like her friends supporting her, and then in Snowgrave it's like she finds confidence through her own strength, and so it's still like a kind of parallel character arc, but like it's not the same. You know, like I don't feel like she would just act the same after that. And her relationship with Susie is different, because she's like, it's kind of implied that she's like much more forward with Susie, I think. So like I feel like that would matter. Like there's too much that I don't think it can just like Snowgrave will happen and then the rest of the game will be the same. Like I don't think Birdley will show up again. To be honest, like I don't think he'll ever be as prominent as he was in Chapter 2. So I think that can kind of be hand waved a little bit. But I just think Noelle would be too different. I don't think with Toriel. I don't know. I think that's a stretch. I think that's a hand puppet. That's not a murder puppet. I don't know. Like, I just think it's a very specific thing. Like Noelle, like not only is Noelle a character who is like, you know, this kind of like vulnerable, nervous character who is set up in such a way that she can be like manipulated. But then there was all this Spamton sweepstakes stuff where it's like she literally like does glitch hunting. Like she's literally associated with finding obscure secrets and glitches in video games and like breaking games. Like everything in Snowgrave is so specific to Noelle. I just can't imagine that Toriel, this confident, protective, motherly character, could ever, like, there's no way we can get Toriel to kill people. Like, that's not happening. And she has no association with video games. Like, it's just not there. I just don't, I don't think, there might be some kind of weird, like, alternate route shenanigans, but I don't think it will involve Toriel. I don't think it will necessarily involve killing people. I just don't, I don't think there will ever be something like that again, in the exact same way. Yeah, like, it wouldn't, I don't know. I think he will function like a rope. I feel like Jockington will matter because of the face sprite, but, you know, it's really hard to say. I feel like there's currently not nearly as much to work with Jockington and, Caddy, but I could definitely see them showing up at some point. This really just became like a full-on my predictions for Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4. Oh, that was an accident, kind of. I mean, I knew they were around there, but didn't expect that to go so well. There is a 0.6942% chance that Gaster spawns in. This variable is defined if Chris says Phantom text. Wow, I did not know that. This is the only hard-coded dialogue for Chris. Cool. I'm just trying to climb the wall. Okay. Please get me Kraken, thank you. Hello. Cool. Shoot. I mean, that was a good push, but I was hoping I could get that one more kill. Yeah, I mean, that offsets Asriel's, is it? But it's also entirely possible that Chapter 7 will just, you know, have us skip through the night or something. I don't think it'll be perfectly lined up day to day, but I still think it's, you know, the game starts with saying a week is going to pass, and then we have 7 chapters. Like, I definitely think the game will end with Asriel coming home one way or another. Yeah. Okay, thank God they missed. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. I think we're let's go full in with the Deltarune stuff. After this game. It's been an hour. We've basically just been talking about it anyway, so we might as well do the survey thing. I have no idea what Azrael's gonna do. I have zero idea how Azrael will matter, to be honest. Do we know what day of the week each chapter takes place? I think chapter 3 is a Saturday, or like I think chapter 2's night is a Friday night, because I'm pretty sure they mentioned not having school. Like, I think the festival is supposed to happen on like a Saturday. So yeah, chapter 1 would be Thursday, chapter 2 is Friday, chapter 3 is Friday night into Saturday, chapter 4 is Saturday. That's, I think that's what we're working with. It'd be weird to not go to school 2 days in a row, though, I feel like. I guess there's no reason to assume that we would, it's just that the chapters so far have started with going to school. I guess the last chapter would be a Thursday, or maybe a Friday if they want to skip one more day to be cool. But... Where, oh, their ball is there. Okay, we win. We're good. What? How would he be that? Or wait, oh no, I'm thinking of fedora wearing? I don't know if I know what that is. Are you talking about the bunny NPC? I'm not sure. Hi, Space Boy. We're about to go into Deltarune. Well, it's already been Deltarune Brain Rot, but we're about to not even play Splatoon. Oh wait, here. I'm gonna have to pull up my chat. I'm gonna have to figure this out. Hang on. Chris could just sleep through the entire day. That's true. Oh boy. So I don't know how long this is gonna take, like I said. we're gonna check this out because I think it'd be funny. Chris is the sleep paralysis demon. I guess last Thursdaysm also adds credence to it. I mean, I'm just going off the fact that you know, they said they don't have school in chapter 3, but we can also work with that. Okay, so let's switch here, or do, okay, hang on. I was gonna play, I don't know, we got Splatoon lo-fi background music. Is that, let me know if that's too loud or too quiet. Should be able to hear it. I don't think it literally means Thursdays, but I don't know. I would just go off the fact that they said there's no school. That's typically a thing that happens on Saturdays. Volume is good? Okay. Okay, let me just have this. Sorry, I have to like have my chat a different way so I can actually look at it while we're doing this. Okay, so I know these start like very basic. I saw like the first part of this. I know I'm signed in. What? Yes, I want to do it. That was weird. I piss and shit theory better be on here is all I'm saying. We sure volume's good? I don't know. It's actually, I might turn it down a little bit. I don't know. Sometimes I have trouble speaking and thinking over volume of music. I think we're good. I think we're good now. King can be renamed to Bing. Wow. Wow, I did not know that. So yeah, obviously this starts like super basic. I think this is absolutely canon. Probably don't need to go over this. What the hell is piss and shit theory? I assume we'll get to it. I bet it's on here. I think, yeah, T theory, I would say both of these are canon. So yeah, I mean, again, I don't know what we're working with here. I'm not a Deltarune YouTuber. I don't know how much you guys know. It seems like you guys know as much, if not more than me. At least the people currently talking in chat. So I probably don't have to explain these. Darkners are objects brought to life theory. Just is how the game works. You make a dark fountain in a room, then all the things in the room become, you know, people or giant objects. T theory, yeah, pretty much just seems like the objectively correct implication is that the characters heal the amount of tea based on how much they like the character of, you know, the tea flavor they're drinking. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that in the entire community, to be honest, so I'd say canon. Here we go, we were talking about this. Okay. Birdly is dead after Snowgrave theory. You can take damage to Birdly during the Queen battle. His arm will be hurt after leaving the Dark World, and will be pointed out his arm is hurt. It shows the damage is still there when leaving the Dark World. Since he gets frozen to death by the attack Snowgrave, he should still be dead afterwards. So I think he's probably dead. I don't know if it's a 10, because there's definitely like debate. Like, yeah, some people think he's in a coma. I broke into Toby's house and retrieved the chapter 3 data files. Yes, I'm sure. Sounds legit. I don't know if I put it at a 5. Because personally, I think it's more likely than not he is dead. Because like the other Darkners are dead, right? I don't think there's any question that Noelle killed Darkners. Of course, whether or not, I mean, that opens a whole can of worms of how real Darkners are, but you have Ralsei, so that's like, I don't know. I put it at a 7. I put it at a 7 because I personally think he's probably dead, but it's entirely possible that he's not. So, no, I know Birdly's a Lightner, but I'm just saying, like, if Noelle is dealing lethal damage and Snowgrave is called fatal in the description, I don't know. I mean, there is the whole argument of like eating food in the Dark World like doesn't matter. Like it doesn't fill them up because it's like, it's not real. It's like just, I don't know, like made of magic or darkness or whatever. But I've not listened to this Splatoon lo-fi in a while. I forgot they use the sound effects like that. Yeah, okay, we'll leave that behind. Gaster is Mystery Man, right? So this is Deltarune and Undertale. So I'm assuming everyone here probably knows about this. You know, there's a room that you get from a fun event. I believe the room is called Gaster. Does that actually say that here? I don't know, but yeah. Very Gaster associated room. There's a sprite you can interact with, it disappears. So everyone has used that sprite to represent Gaster ever since 2015. I'm honestly not 100% on this. Like, it's you know, nothing is a better example. Like, I know some people are like saying Redacted was like equally likely, like that other sprite. I don't think there's any way that is Gaster. I think it's definitely the Mystery Man over that. But like, I'm gonna put it at a 9. I'm gonna put it at a 9. Cause like, at this point, if it wasn't intentional, I feel like Toby Fox is like, well, everyone thinks that's what Gaster looks like. So, have you heard the Error Handler? That's a poem? I don't think I've heard of that. That's interesting though. Okay. Gaster is the person in the opening. I'm gonna put 9. I think it's basically canon. Actually, no, the song's called Another Hymn. It's gotta be a 10. It's gotta be it's Gaster. Okay, I'll put it 9. Well, okay, if 10 is basically canon, 10 isn't, you know, 10 isn't 100% canon. 10 is basically canon. So like, yeah, I think everyone literally thinks this is Gaster. So, yeah. Gaster is the person that drove the secret bosses Insane theory. So I think Gaster is almost definitely who drove Spampton Insane. I think it's less certain with Jevil, for sure. Like, I didn't really buy that Gaster was related to Jevil. I know there's the Darker Yet Darker line from Sham. But I was never confident about this with Jevil. It was only with Spampton when we get the garbage noise connection. My chat keeps disconnecting. It's weird. Yeah, before the garbage noise thing, I really wasn't sure. Also, is the chat in like a good place on the screen? I think it is. I think it's fine. I don't think it's the knight. No, I definitely don't think it's... I think Gaster's more... Well, the thing is, I think it is Gaster for Spamton. I'll give it an 8. Because I think it doesn't have to be. It could be like a red herring, I think. Like, it seems too... I don't really think there are two different people. I just don't think it's... I don't know. It is possible. Yeah, I'll leave it there. I don't know. I'm probably not gonna bother typing anything here. I'm saying everything out loud, so. How much do you... Oh yeah, so I watched Andrew Cunningham do this first part, and I agree that these questions are weird. Like, because these series are all talking about different parts of the game. They're talking about different games. There's Undertale and Deltarune stuff in here. So, like... how much do you care about this aspect of the game? Like, these are different aspects of the game. But I guess it would be weird to see any of these not be true, for the most part. I think Birdly could go either way. Gaster Mystery Man, I think, could go either way. Secret Bosses, I mean, it'd be weird if, especially if Spamton wasn't German Insane by something to do with Gaster. So, I guess I do care. How much knowledge do you have? Yes, I know what all these are. Oh yeah, they have a little take a break, like it's Wii Sports. Chess theory. Okay. I'm really not big into chess theory, if I'm being completely honest with you. Obviously going from king to queen, you know, feels potentially meaningful, but I just don't know how the rest of these work. Like, how do you have a rook? Like, supposedly Tenna, either Tenna or probably not Mike. It's probably Tenna. I think it's pretty much confirmed that Tenna is the antagonist of 3. And I just don't know what a rook would be doing in a TV-themed world. I mean, Queen doesn't immediately have anything to do with a computer, but, like, I feel like a rook has even less to do with TV. Like, how do you draw that connection? Tenna, but, like, I mean, Tenna could be the rook, but why... It's not named Rook. King and Queen are literally named King and Queen, so we already know this character isn't named Rook. I just can't think of why they would be a rook. Like a TV tower station? I mean, but they're called Tenna, so you'd think... I mean, I guess a TV tower antenna is related, but I just feel like a castle tower is a stretch. The word rook means to... Yeah... But did Tenna... What was Tenna, like, frauded Mike? Is that the running idea? I don't know. I'm gonna say 5. Like, I really don't think there's much evidence for this. It might already be disproven. It could, by a stretch, you know, I know Bishop... I mean, the other issue, right? Okay, so yeah, Bishop being in a Church Dark world would make a ton of sense. But then Knight... Like, why would the Roaring Knight be in chapter 5? That feels too early. Like, I don't think the Knight is necessarily the main antagonist, because it might be, like, something with the Angel is, like, the final boss. But I feel like, I can't imagine the Knight being, like, a major character and then getting sidelined by Pawn. You know? Or is that... Yeah, I don't know. It just seems, it falls apart when you get to Knight. Chapter 6. Why would chapter 6 be the Gaster chapter? I mean, I don't think there's a Gaster chapter at all, and if there is a Gaster chapter, it's definitely 7. So the Knight could get unveiled, but I don't think the Knight, like, we're talking about, like, the major antagonistic character. Like, why would the Knight all of a sudden just be the antagonist of a Dark World, and then, I guess Pawn, the idea with Pawn is that it's... Oh, wait, chess player? Is this even the normal thing? Isn't it supposed to be... Rook, Bishop, Knight... I actually didn't even know that chess player was supposed to be the last... Actually, that makes me like it even less. Because I don't think the player... no. Unless is the chess player Gaster? Is that the idea, or is it the player? I don't like this. There's too many flaws with chess theory. I think it's a cool idea. I like the idea of you know, this game about a player versus player character serving as the pawn, and then you have descending value in chess pieces. Like, it's a cool idea, but I just feel like the second you start actually thinking about it, it all falls apart. Yeah, if it's like each... Yeah. And that would work if king and queen hadn't already been antagonists, is the problem. So it's like, I just don't... Yeah, no, I definitely think we're getting a Church Dark World. But I just don't... I just think going from a literal king to a pretty much literal queen, and then just, like, it just getting more abstract, but then going to, like, you know, a pawn, like, it just feels... I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it. Okay, I'm moving on from it. I'm not a fan. Oh, what would you think if this turned out this true? Chess theory was true. I mean, if it was executed well, it would be fine. I guess I wouldn't care. I wouldn't call it disappointing. I just think, like, the knight could be revealed and Toby Fox could make it work. It just depends how it plays out. So, yeah. Oh, this is awful. I already kind of went over this. This is completely stupid. I think this is entirely stupid. There's no way this would happen. I mean, like, I feel like the only argument for this description, you manipulate her by intentionally getting hurt, and then Toriel would get more and more protective. Like, it's possible for Toriel to kill you in Undertale, and it is technically her trying to protect you from the outside world. You know, if you run into her bullets, you can get her to kill you, and then she has, like, a shocked sprite. I feel like that's, like, the only argument where it's, like, Toriel can be driven to unintentionally harm people through being overprotective, but her killing Undyne seems insane. Like, that would never... It's also just way too specific. It's way too predictable. Like, if every single chapter is like, okay, there's a Lightner that you manipulate and a Lightner that you kill, that'd just be really lame. I just think Toby Fox wouldn't... it's just way too predictable. And so it would be awful. It would be genuinely disappointing if that happened. I don't think there's any way that could be written to not make it feel really contrived and stupid. It would be very bad confusing. There you go. Choosing between Rousey or Noelle theory. Okay, foreshadowing about choosing between... I think we're going to choose between Rousey and Susie, if anything. I don't think it's gonna be Rousey or Noelle. I don't feel like they stand... I guess the argument is that Noelle is the angel or strongly related to the angel, and Rousey wants to seal the angel's heaven, or banish it. But I feel like the much more compelling dichotomy is Rousey saying, you know, we should go with the script, we should follow the prophecy, and Susie saying, you know, your choices don't matter. I don't know, like, that's the weird irony of Susie. It's she doesn't really care about the prophecy, but she also doesn't believe her choices matter. So I definitely, the specific theory that is foreshadowing it, Rousey can leave the party without having to do anything with Noelle. Noelle is also a mage. Noelle does magic and she leaves the party. So, like, this line of logic I don't agree with. So I guess I don't care. I just think it's wrong. I don't care if it happens, I just don't think it's correct. I guess that's how I feel about that. I think Rousey will die? Again, I think there has to be a reason to kill off a character, and I don't know if Asriel... I don't know what the point of Rousey dying would be. Do you think Rousey... I don't think he's literally Asriel. I don't know. I don't really like the headband theory either, that it was like Chris's, you know, like devil horns. I just don't really I don't get how that ends up in the school closet. I don't know. I'm not very into that. I don't really know the Rousey Asriel connection, but I don't really, it's the thing where I always feel mean, because I'm like, well, I don't know, but I don't like any of the community's ideas. And it's like, I I feel like if I'm refuting other people's thoughts, I should have some ideas of my own. I really don't know though. I don't know. I just don't think anything anyone has guessed is true. Especially not Jar. I like Jar Jar's videos. I'm not a Jaro hater, but the whole weird thing of like Chris killing Azrael in the closet, like, no, it's not that. It's not piles of Azrael's dust. That's like a meme, right? I know a little bit about that. Yeah, I just Toriel is not a character who can be manipulated that easily. Like she's a mother. Like she, you know, she's in charge of Chris. I don't think Chris has this, like, you know, Chris and Noelle's relationship is a very specific dynamic where Chris is able to, you know, hold power over her. Chris can't do that to their own mom. Like, that's just weird. Like, that doesn't... Chris can't, like, command Toriel. I don't think Toriel's gonna be in the party, period. I think Chris commanding Toriel would be really weird. I seriously don't think that's gonna happen. Did we know Chris has a knife on them? I mean, I guess they pull out the knife. The knife could have been in their bed or something. I don't think we know that it's on them. I mean, it's not in their inventory. I mean, unless you're making an argument that it's like Chris is hiding a secret inventory from the player or something. But I mean, it could just be in the... Would a knife in a ball of junk just count as the part of the ball of junk? I feel like that would be its own thing. No, the pencil becomes the sword. I don't think they have the knife on them. I'm not really... I guess was under the impression they had the knife on them when they were in the Dark World. I guess it's possible, but I kind of thought they just... yeah, I guess they have it, though. They already have it on the couch at the end of Chapter 2. I'll be honest, I never thought about that. Does Chris just have, like, hammer space where they store their knife? Like, I never thought about this before. Yeah, interesting. Chris ate the knife and they just pull it out with the soul, yeah. I mean, they are able to just stick their hand through their chest and pull out their soul, so who's to say they can't store their knife somewhere? I don't know. The nugget route. He turns into the chicken nugget. Yeah, I feel like... I don't know. I mean, admittedly, it is like... I feel like the only argument you can make is that there's a time skip, because when we go to bed in Chapter 1, you know, it goes to black. It cuts to nighttime, and then Chris comes out of the bed. And then in Chapter 2, I feel like there's like a little time lapse where it's like, you know, like the room gets dark. It's like Chris and Susie fall asleep. But, you know, I mean, too much time couldn't have passed because Toriel is just then calling the police. But you could maybe argue that, like, Chris got up and got the knife. I don't know. They could hide it under the... Well, true. Actually true. Right? Like, if they plugged in the TV overnight when we didn't see, maybe they put the knife in the couch cushion. I kind of like that explanation. Chris, the lame explanation is just, yeah, Chris got up and picked up the knife during the time skip. But also... I like the idea that they hid it the same way they, like, prepared the room by, like, plugging in the TV. Oh, true, and yeah, Toriel had the knife because it was on the tin. True, okay. This, that was a whole tangent, but weirdly interesting to think about. Okay, weird routes only happen when Noelle is in a dark world. I said this earlier. 8, I don't know. I think... like, killing Darkners is a thing that can definitely only happen with Noelle, but I think they're... I don't know. I feel like Chris could do, like, a secret route on their own without it being, like, an evil manipulate and kill people route. Like, I think there could be other facets of the weird route that are just, like, going off the beaten path. I'll give it an 8, though. Like, I don't know. Because Noelle is so connected to, like, you need Noelle to break the game. It's only an 8 for me because I definitely think Chris could, like, still do stuff on their own that would be Weird Route-esque. I would say this is preferable over, like, you know, manipulating Toriel to kill Undyne, which would be absolutely stupid. It would definitely be preferable. If we are going to kill other people, I would hope it's with Noelle. That out of context, that sounds weird. But yeah, I don't know. We're all in deep enough. Spampton sings the wrong number song? Why is this a theory? No, that's stupid. Sorry, no. Oh, cause he says, cause they say, like, can I speak to G, and then it cuts off. I guess that's the argument. I think this is stupid. I think the G in the wrong number song dialogue probably is a Gaster thing, but no, it has nothing to do with Spampton. Oh, hi Smack. You get to see the full blast of Deltarune brain rot. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing pretty good. I hope Chad is doing good. I think we just spent like 10 minutes talking about whether or not Chris is holding the knife with him throughout the whole game. So, that's how things are going. I wouldn't care. This is just stupid. I wouldn't care, but it would be a retcon, because Spampton definitely didn't exist. Yeah, I mean, I think Toby has explicitly said, like, we've seen the concept art, like, Spampton did not exist before, like, probably 2017 at the earliest. Yeah, Deltarune was planned before Undertale. I do not think Spampton was. I think he's pretty explicitly said Spampton. I don't know, whatever. He hasn't given us like a date, but yeah, I don't. Whatever. The chapter. All right, okay. So I've heard this before. This is interesting. The chapter intros are flashbacks. These scenes are already pretty mysterious, so maybe they could be flashbacks. We would get more info on them later on, which reveals they were flashbacks. This isn't the first time Toby's done something like this. In Undertale, the game over screen is a flashback to Chara dying. The opening story is when Kara fell down to the underground, and the fall from the bridge onto the yellow flowers. It's hard to rate these together, right? Because I don't think the Toriel one. I think the Toriel saying like, what is that, Chris? A knife? No, like, I think that's a joke. I don't think that's a flashback and there's gonna be a scene where Chris pulls out a knife and is like killing people and Toriel sees. Like, I think that's a joke. But I did pronounce Kara into, I'm sorry. I was waiting to see if anyone called me out on that. I say Kara because I think it's short for character, but I pronounced it Chara by mistake. Probably because of Pro Char, the Splatoon YouTuber. I don't have a strong opinion on it, but yeah, my bad. Don't apologize, keep doing it. Okay, yeah. So sorry. So yeah, I think it's entirely possible that the Goner Maker sequence and the no one could choose who they are in this world. Your name is. I think that could totally be in a, not immediately before the intro of the game. I don't know if there'd be a good reason for that. I just think it's possible. So, and I don't think the Toriel one is. So I guess I say 5. Like, I don't have a reason to think Goner Maker doesn't happen right before. And I definitely don't think Toriel doesn't happen right before. So, not surprised. I guess. I think it's totally possible, but it's whatever. Arceus versus Arceus. I do actually just flip back and forth on that. I mean, I'm not much of a Pokemon guy, but Legends, every time I talk about Pokemon Legends Arceus or Arceus, I feel like I say it the other way. Universal Mother Theory. Okay, I haven't actually seen this video, but I think I get the gist. Queen can be seen as a mother figure, and that the Light World characters can project their own feelings about their mothers onto her. I mean, she's obviously meant to represent Noelle's mom. I think that is canon fact. Whether or not she represents everyone else's? I mean, I guess you have, she totally ignores Ralsei. Ralsei probably doesn't have a mom, so that works. I don't know if it really fits for anyone else. Like, I mean, unless Birdley's mom hates him? Like... Yeah, and she doesn't really act too Toriel-like. I feel like she's like, Toriel's like overprotective, and Queen is not. Queen puts you in cars that are about to explode. Yeah, like this is like a 4. I don't know. I actually really, I haven't thought too hard about this one, but I feel like once you start getting into it, it doesn't really make much sense. I really think she's just Noelle's mom, and then, you know, is a mom, so acts slightly mom-like to other characters, but isn't specifically their moms. I wouldn't really care. Yeah. Yeah, I like that, like, yeah, like, King, I definitely think is meant to represent Susie's dad, or at least, you know, their relationship. So, yeah, that'll be really that will be really interesting for Chapter 3 to see if Tenna... Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, maybe, like, Tenna might, like, represent, like, Asgore for Toriel? That's probably been said before, but that would make a lot of sense, maybe. I'd be kind of into that, I think. Oh, hi, Milo. Yeah. Yeah, I decided to have some fun with the thumbnail. And also the stream. I'm glad we got people here for this. I didn't know if I would have like 0 viewers for this, so thank you guys for hanging out. Obviously you guys are pretty much as brain rotted as me, which I was hoping would be the case. But yeah. Memory heads in Undertale foreshadow Deltarune. Oh, is this the Half-Bred Chaos video? It is. Okay, I've seen this. I don't really agree with it. I just don't. I don't know. Well, you're not. Well, okay. Well, if you're not as brain rotted, I hope you're at least, you know, enjoying. They get all you faces of secret bosses? You know nothing about Deltarune, so you're very intrigued by Toy Story Woody? Well, so far he doesn't actually have anything to do with Deltarune. It is simply a popular crack theory, which we will, I assume it's gonna be on here. If something as obscure as this is on here, it probably is. But yeah, you'll see. No, yeah, we'll get to Woody theory. I don't believe in Woody theory, but no, basically no. I don't think Toby was thinking about foreshadowing Deltarune. I think he probably still wanted to use a bunch of his Deltarune ideas while making Undertale, but I think he was like, I'm gonna make this quirky RPG game. I don't really think he was thinking that far ahead. Like, you get certain stuff, like, I think the Sans basement with the 3 people you don't recognize and don't forget, like, yeah, that's obviously referencing Deltarune, but the memory heads, I don't think so. Thank you, Pearl Blossom, yeah, you get me. It wouldn't be really bad. It would be confusing. I guess it would be confusing. I guess I wouldn't care, though. It wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't matter. Noelle, I think Noelle's mom is absolutely named Carol. I think that was definitely a just a good read from the community. You have Rudy Holiday, Noelle Holiday, and a woman who starts with C Holiday. Like, it's gonna be Carol, right? Like, unless it's like Christy, right? Like Carol, no, because I mean it's Holiday. Like, yeah, the reindeer who are Christmas themed, their last name is Holiday. It starts with a C. Carol. I think it's a 10. What? You have an opinion on this? It would be awful. If her name was Carol, it would suck. It would ruin all my theories. I couldn't even play the game anymore. I would lose all respect for Toby Fox as a writer. No, I wouldn't care. Rudy will. Okay, we talked about this earlier. I don't know why this is funny to me in bold. Rudy is really, really sick. He could possibly die, some people think. Why is this written like this? Why is the wording like this? I explained earlier, I really don't think, I think it's still possible. I'd give it like a 3. I think it's totally possible he could die, but I think, I like a 2, actually. So I talked about this earlier, but it's like, it would affect Noelle too much, and would influence it would be too important to the main characters of the story for this character who is currently just entirely optional and is not related to the main plot at all. So I just don't really I don't know. I guess it would be a little again, it just depends how it's executed. I think it would be a little disappointing. if the story all of a sudden becomes about Noelle being depressed about her dad dying, like I don't know, I like Noelle, I like Rudy, like it would be impactful, but I just don't really think it makes sense for the story to go in that direction. The doctor's crowded around my deathbed. He is really, really sick. He could possibly die, some people think. Didn't Rudolph's love interest in the original Rudolph movie also? I'm not sure about that, but yeah, likely if true. Okay, we'll move on from that. We'll get to explore more. Okay, I brought this up. I don't agree with this. I know this is a thing Jaru always brings up, or at least I've watched his like lore playthroughs and he mentioned it a few times, but basically there's a load zone in the hometown where you go north and the houses that you see cut off by the screen don't line up with the rooftops that you see in the next room. So it's like Chris is actually like skipping over a street that we don't see. I don't think we're ever going there. I think it's totally possible that we could go past the police tape and that's where the festival is going to be. So in general, explore more of the town. Sure, I think it's likely. Is this a theory? Is this, I don't know if this is a theory. This is like a prediction, but I would not be surprised if in some way we explore more of the town. Can you imagine if Rudy got really sick and the doctor walks in and it's just Gaster? That's a thing for another conversation. Maybe we'll talk about it later. I don't think Gaster will ever like physically appear in the game. Like I think he's always going to just be this disembodied voice. I think it'd be kind of really lame for him to just like show up in the light world. I think that'd be really weird. I don't know how hot of a take that is, but I am Winggaster, the royal doctor, and his nurse Glenn Fiddler. I forgot I put Glenn Fiddler in the thumbnail. That's right. Okay, Lancer is the third hero, right? So, yeah, Prince of the Dark. Ralph's, you know, the prophecy is about a human, a monster, and a prince from the dark. And Lancer, like Ralph say, is a prince and is a darkener. It's like he's in some kind of snow grave. No. To be honest, no. It's suspicious that there are multiple princes from the dark. I won't lie, but I just don't think Lancer would do that. It's a similar thing with, like, we were talking about Rule's card earlier. It's like you don't just make a joke character into, like, oh, actually, you're, like, the crux of the entire narrative now. Like, you just don't do that. So I'd say it'd be disappointing. I think there's a way they could make it work. I don't think it would be really bad, but it's not what I want. It's not where I want Lancer's character to go. We will get soft locked in the weird route theory. Oh. Some believe events that will take place in the game, a place about getting stuck could be foreshadowing in the weird route in Deltarune. We would also get soft locked as well. After all, there is only one ending. I feel like this will be like kind of true, but not entirely. Like, I feel like it's gonna be a thing of like, if you like quote unquote finish the weird route and get to a certain point, then you're going to like be able to somehow influence your like other saves. It's kind of what like Molly Stars was talking about in the device theory. There is a sweepstakes page about this, but I think it could be like, I don't know. I don't think it will be as extreme, like, because I know Molly Stars is talking about like, they think there will be parts of the game where you're literally going to get stuck and have to use like the other save files, and there are going to be like small differences. Because like there's the drawer, like Azriel's drawer has a different item in it depending on which save file you're using. So that opens a whole can of worms of like, okay, are these different timelines? Like, like are the saves diegetic? Like, is this like an Undertale situation, but now there's like multiple? I feel like that does matter. I don't think, but I also feel like it's like a game convenience thing, where it's like he knows that people are going to want to play through the game once and then play through the game again, maybe if they missed a secret boss, maybe if they want to do the weird route. I feel like forcing the player to have played up to the game multiple times is kind of insane. You should play Undertale, Milo. Have you played? I always forget if you played Undertale. You should play Undertale, and then you should play Deltarune, and then you should yes. Trust me, it's definitely good for your mental health, as you can obviously see. But you have played. Okay, good. Yes, play Deltarune. Why not? So yeah, I just feel like it would be too annoying. Like, I just feel like that goes way too far. Like, that's like meta to an extent of like, okay, you're just literally making it difficult for people to finish your game. Like, so, but that's all this is saying is that we get soft locked. I think it's totally possible that at some point we get blocked off, and then it's like you get like an item, or like there's something that gets like pushed to your normal route save, kind of like how if you fight a secret boss, you know, then it appears in the hole in Castletown, the Shadow Crystal and the item. So I'd say like 5, like 6, 5. I don't think it's that likely. I think it's more likely that the weird route, I'd even give it a 4. I think the most likely thing is that the weird route will just play out, and then the ending will just quote-unquote be the same way, you know, we can do Snowgrave, but then Crystal opens the fountain at the end of chapter 2. Like, the same thing will happen, just the context will be different, and the characters will be changed, but like, it still will be quote-unquote one ending. Mother is necessary to the expanded universe, because we do know Nessa Sans, of course. I'll have to get to that at some point to get the full lore. I don't think... I guess it would be disappointing because it'd be annoying, right? Like, I mean, I don't really... Like, I don't want to have to, like, stop in my tracks trying to get through the main story to go replay the game being evil to solve a puzzle. I actually think that would be super obnoxious. Like, as cool as it would be, and as unique as it would be, like, in terms of game mechanics and, like, using meta elements, like, it'd just be annoying. Like, that would kind of suck. So, unless it was, like, streamlined in some way, it would honestly be disappointing. Oblivion Theory. Huge theory about the vessel, themes, and manner of the game. Oh, shoot. I don't know if I know enough about this to really rate it. I've heard of this. The character... Okay, let me skim this document. Wow, they have art for it. How? Oh my goodness gracious. It's still counting. What do you mean it's over 100 pages? Is that it? 171 pages? Dude. That's crazy. That's so funny. I did not know this was this long. Okay, what? This is an anagram. I thought that was like some crazy Pepe Sylvia type thing. Oh my god. Nobody reading. I'm not reading this on stream. I mean, if someone made a video, someone's probably made a video on this. Voting no out of principle. I like how this is called the guide too. Like this is your starter guide to understand the basis of what they're talking about. In order to have a discussion, you have to read this 200-page document. Okay. Well, okay. Based off of this little summary, I don't really like this. I don't think the vessel would be that important, and I don't really know if I like the characters mirroring the Undertale characters that closely. Like, I guess it would, I'm gonna say disappointing. I'm gonna give it like a 3, because I'll be honest, I'm not reading all that. But it just feels too specific. It feels like they're trying to predict the whole game when we just don't have the information to. So, yeah, I'd be disappointed if someone could predict the whole game this early, regardless of what it is, pretty much. So, yeah. I don't think Gaster is related to be. I mean, I don't know, man. And they're white. They're skeletons. Why would they just say "and white"? Well, Gaster. We don't even know that Gaster is a skeleton. 10. This is canon. I don't. I've never been on board with the Gaster is their dad theory, to be honest. I don't like, besides his name being a font. The font is the main thing. The font is actually literally the only thing. Right? Because we don't actually know Gaster. I don't feel like okay, we don't know what Gaster looks like. If Gaster is the mystery man, is the mystery man a skeleton? Like, it only vaguely kind of looks like one. Well, okay, but the theory, Milo, is that he's their dad. Like, I don't, like, Gaster Blaster is not a familial connection. Like, they're scientists. Sans is a scientist, Gaster's a scientist. So maybe he could use his weapon. That does not imply anything about a familial connection. He's their uncle. Grunkle Gaster. I mean, maybe this is a hot take on my part. I think there's basically no evidence for this. I wouldn't care. I guess I'll do that. It's a 1, but I wouldn't care. Like, I think it's awful in the sense that there is pretty much no evidence. But if they are, like, it would make sense. I'm not against it. I just don't think there's a good reason to believe it. Oh, I have seen that. I don't know. I just feel like Gaster would, like, kind of... I don't know. I just don't like it for some reason. I don't know if I have a good like, reason why. I just think it's kind of dumb. I think I just got really salty watching that one really awful MatPat theory where he was like, which I'll always say this. Sans' Ness is a better theory than MatPat's other Undertale theory, which is that, like, Gaster, like, Sans and Papyrus are, like, 2 pieces of Gaster or something. Like, that was so dumb. That makes, I don't know. Okay, I'll give it a 2. The font connection, I'll give it a 2. Fair enough, but whatever. It is not their actual name. I fully believe it's not their actual name. The true name thing is way overblown. It's supposed to be the player entered name. They're the fallen human. So I'm fully on board with Kara not being their actual name. I think for convenience, for discussing theories and the game's, you know, meta-narrative, it makes sense to just call the fallen human Kara, but I do not believe it is their true name. I think the whole Kara obsession is really annoying. Like, I don't know. I didn't know if I wanted to get into this, because my whole... I have, like, a very... The one thing with Undertale, with the community, is, like, there's this really prevalent, like, commonly accepted idea that, like, Kara is effectively, like, possessing Frisk, and, like, I kind of just don't really feel like the game suggests that. Like, I don't know, like, I feel like I'm the only guy in the world who doesn't believe that, but it's like, there's the whole Narakara thing, which is a whole other can of worms, but, like, I just don't... I just feel like there's always... The community always wants to add in more people. There's always a third entity. Like, I just think we're controlling Frisk. And I think the players... You know, I think Frisk is a... Like, I know it's weird, because, like... Frisk, Kara, and in some way Flowey... Well, Frisk and Kara are, like, you know, inserts for the player... But Kara is also their own character, and Flowey is entirely his own character, but also kind of represents the player. So, like, it's confusing. But I don't think Kara is, like... I don't know. I don't think Kara is present on the neutral and pacifist runs, like, at all. Also, my chat is, like, constantly disconnecting and reconnecting, so I'm sorry if I miss any messages. Shoot. Okay, there we go. That was reconnected. Okay, I was gonna wait. Well, okay, so the one line... the one line that I feel like everyone ignores is, like, Flowey explicitly mentions that Kara's body
is buried on the field of flowers that we fall onto at the start of the game. So for some reason, like, the entire community interpreted that as Kara, like, their soul came out of their grave and possessed Chris. The way I personally read it, which is admittedly also confusing, but, you know, there's this whole thing throughout Pacifist where Flowey is mistaking Frisk for Kara, right? Like, they, you know, have similar fashion choices, is like the quote, or whatever. Like, for whatever reason, there's something about the way Frisk looks and acts that reminds, you know, Flowey of Kara, to the point that they literally fully project all of their feelings about Kara onto Frisk and think that it is Kara. So, personally, and you could call this a stretch, but I think this makes more sense, we never actually see Frisk fall down the hole, right? The game starts and Frisk is just lying on the field of flowers. So the way I interpreted that line was that in the genocide route, Frisk doesn't fall at all, and Kara actually comes out of the ground, and we're just controlling Kara's body. And it's the same sprite because they look like Frisk. Is that insane? Because I think that makes more sense. But I'm the only person in the world I've ever seen think that. I literally thought that was like the implication from Flowey saying that. I don't know. Is that better or worse? Like, tell me. Like, I want feedback, because I actually, genuinely, it makes more sense to me. I don't know. Is that more insane than Kara possessing Frisk? I feel like that makes more sense. Kara explicitly says they were resurrected. That's the whole thing. That's much worse? Okay, I don't know. That's the whole resurrection thing makes so much more sense to me too, because they literally come back to life. They don't just possess Frisk. Well, okay, it is. I know it is. Yeah, like, the problem with that is that Gino is a choice, but so why does Kara not? I don't know. Like, it seems just as weird to me that they're like. I guess because it's Kara is an insert for the player. I mean, their body would have rotted, but like. I don't know. Like, I get why it doesn't work, but I also just think the soul thing is weird. I just think it should have been more explicitly in the game. I don't know. I just don't think anything in the game is ever like Kara is like possessing Frisk. I just feel like you are Kara in that route, or the fallen human. Like, you are, again, it's annoying because it's Kara, because then there's the whole thing where people are like, oh, Kara's killing all these people. Like, no, you are the player killing the people. It is your choices. I get that. But I don't know. Yeah, like, it's just, I just don't get how you, I don't know. It's just weird that you have Frisk and Kara, I guess. Because if Frisk is already a conduit for the player's choices, why does Kara exist? Like, besides being a background character to, you know, for Azriel's tragic past. Like, I don't get why Kara comes back. This is a whole other tangent, but yeah, it's weird. I know people agree that it's weird, but like, well, it's not going against the idea, because it's your determination that brings Kara back and resurrects them. I just don't get, I don't really understand. I mean, obviously it's left very vague and weird and surreal anyway. The Kara that is realized at the end of Genocide, I don't get what that is. If not just the thing you have been playing as and creating the whole game. And I don't get how Frisk turns into that. I think it's weird. I don't know. At some point, maybe it's just a problem I have with the game and not people's interpretation of the game, and the soul thing is just the best interpretation people came up with. Whatever. Sans isn't bleeding. We're talking about the ketchup. Let's move on to this. I don't know. Because I feel like the entire rest of the story makes sense to me, and I feel like I'm completely on board with the way everyone talks about it. It's just that I don't get the soul thing. I don't really like. I'm not even against like Narikara necessarily. Do you know who Grandpa Semi? That sounds familiar, but I forget what that is. I don't know what Grandpa Semi is. So this opens the whole, like, this seems just like a funny thing, but then there's the whole can of worms of, do monsters bleed in Deltarune? Because there's the weird, it seems inconsistent, like, there's the character who asks Chris, does it hurt to be made of blood? And like, if bones are in humans, so that would seem to imply that it follows Undertale logic where monsters are made of magic. But then Susie says everyone bleeds, and Lancer has a bucket for all of the splooshing blood. And there's probably like a couple other lines, but yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, Narrakara matters less. I just think it's, I don't know. I don't really. I'd have to like think more about that to give a full. I don't have a strong opinion on Narrakara. Yeah, I wouldn't use an unused sprite. Like it's annoying because the argument is just like, does Susie just like not know biology, which feels stupid. Like you would think someone would know if they bleed, but it's just that one monster. It's like, well, is that one monster just stupid and doesn't know that they're like, why would they say that humans are made of blood if monsters aren't also made of blood? It's weird. And the whole reason I even bring this up is because it's the argument of, you know, Sans is from Deltarune in Undertale. Like, he goes from Deltarune to Undertale. So if all monsters bleed in Deltarune, then it would make sense that Sans would bleed. But then that would have to mean that Papyrus is not from Deltarune, because he just turns into dust. Part of me feels like it was just to be cool. Like, I think Toby just wanted to make Sans bleed because it would be cooler, and he could die slower, so he could be more dramatic. Like, I'm honestly tempted to think that's literally the reason. I guess I don't have a super strong feeling about it. But they can't use magic, that's true. I don't know. 4? I think it would be really stupid if it's ketchup. I guess I should say that. Actually, yeah. No, okay, hang on. It's either Sans bleeds because he's cool, or Sans bleeds because he's from Deltarune. I do not think it's ketchup. So it would be disappointing if it was ketchup. I guess I never thought it was ketchup. What is this sentence, by the way? We know Sans likes pranks and ketchup. Yeah, he drinks ketchup in one scene. Okay, whatever. Oh, wow. Frisk and Car are the same person. No. I definitely don't think this is true. Okay, well, they're using the same logic I was. Huh. Okay, well, this is actually a take I haven't seen. So this is arguing that Frisk... This is the argument I was making, but for every route? That's weird. Huh. I mean, I feel like the flavor text saying these flowers must have broken your fall is a direct deconfirmation of this. Unless it's just lying. And if it's Narrakara, that's especially confusing because they would be lying about themselves to themselves. So I feel like this is a no. Like, I mean, I know I just tried to... I get what you guys are saying. Like, I'm not fully defending that claim either, like the genocide thing. Like, it's not even that I want that to be the truth. Did the playlist end? Yes, it did. The soul thing doesn't... I don't like the soul thing as an explanation. I guess that's what it is for me. I don't like the idea that Car is possessing Frisk, so I was, you know, in an attempt to look for a different explanation, that is what made sense to me, based off what Flowey tells us in New Home, in Genocide, but I get that also being bad. Regardless, I definitely do not think it is true in Neutral and Pacifist, so I'm voting this. Car isn't evil. We know humanity has been cruel at points, so their hatred might be less black and white than one might assume. Kara was just a kid. They made drawings for their king dad. There are points it seems like Kara is laughing in an evil way at Asgard being poisoned by a cake they made at Asgard, but laughing is a common coping mechanism in Undertale. Okay, I mean, that's a stretch specifically, but, Torian Undyne laughs. Yeah, okay. They say power. Huh. Well, I for sure don't think genocide is like genocide is your choice. Like, I know, okay, I feel like everyone's gonna come back to what I was saying. Forget what I was saying. We're rolling with the general community view of how genocide works. I definitely think it's not like Kara is evil and kills people. Like, it is the player's fault. It is Frisk slash, you know, your own, you know. But Kara, yeah, okay, so I guess this is saying, like, did Kara hate humanity because they had, like, bloodlust or because they were depressed? Which I am mostly on board with the idea that, like, yeah, they're not just, like, you know, the Kara from the past who was siblings with Azrael was not the demon we see at the end of Genocide. Like, they were just a kid. So yeah, I'd say basically canon, yeah. The only reason I'm a little iffy on it is because the genocide ending is weird. It's weird that it ties it back to Kara. Like, I feel like I would like genocide so much. Okay, that sounds really bad out of context. I feel like I would like the evil ending of Undertale a lot better if, like, what if it was just Frisk? Like, what if it was literally just Frisk? Why does it have to be Kara? I just think tying this stand-in for the player, but making it also be like Azrael's sibling, that's like the one part of Undertale's story I kind of just don't get. I don't get why it's Kara. Because when you're naming the fallen human, because the true name of the fallen human is the first fallen human. It's not Frisk. It's like you're never naming Frisk. Frisk is their own character. So, sorry, I'm kind of like thinking back about this one now. So yeah, this is 100% wrong. No, this is bad. I'm 100% against that one now. But this one is like, it's just weird. I just don't know what the point of using Kara is, but I guess that doesn't really have to do with this. Oh, well, there you go, Narakara. Okay. I don't really like this description of, like, the reason they're first person. I think the reason they're first person in Genocide is just because it's like, again, I just don't get why it's Kara. I don't get why it's Kara. I don't get why Kara is, like, possessing Frisk. I don't get why Kara is at the end of Genocide. I just feel like I don't know. Like, I guess it's just to give an alternate conclusion to the relationship between Kara and Azrael. But, like, I get this. I never felt like this was the implication. Except for in Genocide when they're like, you know, my bed, his bed. You know, where are the knives? Like, obviously that is Kara. But again, why is it Kara? I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know. I think it's only canon in Genocide, where it's like obviously them. So, like, I don't know, 6, 7, 6? I don't know. I guess not surprised. Like, it adds up. It's just weird how vague it is in Neutral and Pacifist. And it's, like, confusing how diegetic, if at all, it is, because it's just flavor text and narration. So, I don't know. Okay, here, this is connected. Oh, in Deltarune. Oh, easy. Yeah, I've seen the Andrew Cunningham video. I assume that's what this is. I I think it's just, yep, it's I know what it is. Okay, yes. I definitely think there's no weird Kara shenanigans going on. With that. Is chat still working? Sorry, it's like frozen. Okay, no, I wasn't sure. I don't want to, like, my chat kept disconnecting, so I think just no one has sent a message for a little bit. Yeah, I think in Deltarune for sure it's just Toby Fox. Never a wall theory. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I don't. I just wanted to make sure. You guys are good. Some people believe the narrator is actually whatever device we seem to be connected to. I don't really. I get it if it's like you're examining a thing and it's like, this is a tree. There's a candy in the tree. You take the dark candy. But if it's like, you drank the hot chocolate, like, I feel like that doesn't make sense anymore. Right? Like, what the second person stuff. I don't get how this works with the second person actions. Like, if you do something, how do you do it if the device is just telling a person outside of the reality that they're doing it? Like, I guess that's what narration is on a meta level, but on a canon level, I don't really get this at all. Like, I kind of see where it's coming from, but like, it'd be confusing. I think it'd just be confusing. That's yeah. Depths theory. I'm vaguely aware of this. Some believe that the darkness that builds up the Dark World comes from a sort of a lower realm related to water and the ocean. Yep, I know about that. For water-related imagery. I know about ocean.ogg. Yeah, the background related to Gaster. Ocean file. The file's called Depths, as in the depths of the ocean. This doesn't even mention, Hell's Roar bubbles from the depths. There's a Jevil line that straight up says the depths. I'm kind of surprised that's not mentioned here. This is Bloodborne. I don't know anything about Bloodborne lore. I like this idea, kind of. I don't think it's like a lower dimension. I think it's kind of more just like energy stored within the earth. Like, I don't know. I'm half into this and half not. Ocean.ogg, I believe, is the name of the file that plays when you first fall into the Dark World. Like, there's the, you know, Chris and Susie fall into the Dark World, there's the little animation of them falling down, and then it's just a black screen, and you hear this kind of, like, wind ambiance, and then it shows Chris waking up. I believe that sound file is ocean.ogg. So that's, like, you know, just associating... There's lots of stuff that associates, like, water and the ocean to Dark Worlds, and they are called Dark Fountains, as this says right here. Yeah, I guess I'm like iffy on this one because for me it's not like I'm not imagining that there's like an ocean of darkness underground. It's just that like you pull darkness, like the way I imagine a dark world is like I think I commented this on someone's video, but it's like there's this whole idea of like, how is there magic in the light world in Deltarune? For the most part it seems to be no, right? Because Noelle mentions, okay, we don't have healing magic. Toriel actually uses the stove. She doesn't have fire magic. You know, the implication seems to be that monsters don't have magic in Deltarune, except for in the Dark World. But then that raised the question. I think this might have been a Half-Bred Chaos video that I commented this on, but they were saying like, okay, well then what is determination and what is making a fountain, right? Because if there's no magic, how do you make a fountain? And my understanding of that personally is that Deltarune gives you the ability to create magic, basically. Like, it's not an act of magic to make a dark fountain, but it is the act of creating magic, if that makes sense. So, like, I don't think the darkness exists until a Lightner wills it to exist. But I like the idea that they're, like, drawing this kind of energy from the earth. Well, yeah, I think the roaring, the whole idea of the roaring is that darkness is unleashed upon the light world, so I think that would come with magic. But yeah, I don't know how that will be explored exactly, because the Darkners turn to stone, But yeah, I wonder if the Lightners... It seems like the Lightners wouldn't just, like, acquire magic, right? Because they're supposed to, like, suffer in chaos or whatever. Huh. Okay, well... I guess I don't really agree with this. Like, I like the ocean connections, and but I don't like the idea that there's literally, like, a physical depths in the light world. And it's not physical, it's like a realm. I don't know. I'm iffy on it. I like a 7, because I like it. I don't like the exact imagery they're talking about, but in general, like, yes, I'm into this, I think. Dark worlds have been made before theory. At the start of chapter 1, when they fell into the Dark World, they entered this weird area that seems to be in ruins. Yeah, the cliffs. Same eye symbols that we see in the story, but the roaring is present. The statues have all melted over time. That's what the weird goo is. Okay, it shows the Dark Worlds have been made earlier and almost caused a fallen roaring as well. Gerson got a lot of ideas for stories and dreams. The Dark World is described. Okay, maybe Gerson. Okay, well, definitely not this last part, but it says some believe that. I mean, I think absolutely if this is a universe in which, you know, it's as easy to make a Dark World as we have seen, I think there's no way that, like, some Dark Worlds have never been made before. Whether or not it caused a roaring and whether or not it's related to the cliffs, I feel like is more confusing, because supposedly the cliffs are still in the closet. Like, it is weird that the cliffs are in the closet. The closet is weird in general, because nothing about Castletown really screams supply closet. Of course, we never see the supply closet, but supposedly Alphys was under the impression that there was chalk there, so, like, it doesn't seem entirely unused, unless Alphys is in on it. That's fuel for a crack theory right there. I guess that's probably not even that of an original thought, but okay, let's... I believe that Dark Worlds have been made before, but not because of any of this evidence. I guess that's the trouble I'm having right here. I don't believe the cliffs has anything to do with it. I don't believe the adults of the current hometown explored Dark Worlds. I just think it probably happened because of how easy it is to do. So I'll give it like a 6. I also don't know how you make that work well with the story. Like I said earlier, I don't really like the idea that there was a roaring. So, like, yeah, no, I'm not really into that. Oh wow, we're at the bottom of this section. How long has the stream been going? Okay, it's been an hour and 15 minutes since we started the survey. Wow. That's, yeah, about what I expected. Well, I don't know how much longer is left, so we'll see. Again, these questions don't make sense. There's way too many theories and different aspects of the game, and literally 2 different games that we're talking about here. So 4, 3, or no, I have knowledge. Let's do that. It's hard to answer this, so middle of the road, and I know about all these except Oblivion theory pretty much. Here are some big theories in the community that might not have a specific category. Okay. Few Undertale ones. Wait, what? This is what we just did. Did I miss a required question somewhere? Does it tell me if I scroll to the bottom? I'm confused. Does it just make me, like, review it? Okay, what? That was weird. Google form just, like, stopped working or something, or made me look at it twice. I don't know why that happened. Controversial theories. Some of these might have hot discussion. Some of these are outdated depending on how you look at them. Some of these are jokes. Yeah, I know there's some I could put here. The ones that still fit here, but... The ones that still fit there are there, but some of these would be a bit out of place there, so they're here instead. Okay. Sans' nest theory. I didn't even see that. Let me, okay. Sans talks about Timlines and also going back somewhere. Maybe this was Earthbound, and he used to be Nest. There's a machine you use in Earthbound to travel through time and space, but without your actual body. So Undertale could be where he ended up. There's also some kind of machine in the secret lab, so it could also be that. What? Oh, they're talking about the Sans. I thought this was... Never mind. I thought they were talking about like the DT extractor for a second, but no, okay. They said the secret lab. There's multiple secret labs in Undertale, so that's confusing. I get what they mean. They mean Sans' basement. He also has a picture of some people he used to know. We get to see a bunch of photographs and the of Earthbound. No, that's a Deltarune reference. It's awful. It would be bad. It's a meme. Sans is Steven Universe. No, I'm not even reading that. Yeah. This is a comic. This is not a real theory. I've seen the image. Some say that Chris only ate a pie and that the last thing was a bait and switch. They hit a gas leak. No. Okay. Ralsei is a girl theory? No. No, that would be bad. Yeah. What? People on the internet, when they see an effeminate male character, oh, actually, they just must be a girl. No. Ralsei is not a girl. Rules is Gaster? No. I hate that I've heard of this before. I'm not giving Steven Universe a 10. Yeah. Annoying dog is the night theory? No. No. It would be good / preferable if the dog, no one is saying that. Okay. Temmie is the knight? I mean, like, I know they count the eggs, but we don't know that the eggs have anything to do with the knight. So no. Toriel is homophobic theory, oh my god. I know about this. I've seen the video. It's terrible. This is not my first time seeing this. It's genuinely a really awful theory. Like, no hate to the YouTuber, but also like it's a really bad video. It's a really bad argument. Loose card is not a 7. He is not Gaster. Dark worlds are not real. Oh no, this is stupid. I know this was a big thing before chapter 2, where people were like, Chris and Susie are actually just playing D&D, and it's literally not happening. And it's stupid. Yeah, that would be really, this is the best way to describe it. It would just be really bad and confusing, and it does not make any sense after chapter 2, because Birdly dies. I guess they said some of these might be outdated, so yeah, there you go. Undertale is a game on Deltarune Azrael's PC, so this has precedent, which is annoying. I don't think it is. Wait, is there a video of the Ralsei as a girl? Bruh. I would not say his face is similar to the Mystery Man. I disagree on the premise entirely. I think it got deleted. Good. Okay, sorry. Was this getting some water? What do we got here? Oh, like he's turning everyone in Hometown into OCs in Undertale? That's the... Nah. I don't think... This is incorrect. He doesn't have files called Giant Rainbow Wings. It's like an illustration of a boss with rainbow wings. I don't know why I'm being so actually about this, but no, it's not real. It's a reference. I think it's a reference to Undertale. I do not think it is literally canonically true that Deltarune Azrael made Undertale. Also, that would be really, really weird if he made himself a sociopathic flower who has dissociated from everyone he knows and loves. That would be really weird. So no. Deltarune is a direct sequel to Undertale. No, that doesn't make sense. Wait, let me... No. Because Undyne doesn't know who Alphys is. There's like probably a million other things that also disprove this, but Undyne doesn't know who Alphys is, so that... this is just objectively false. Yeah. Deltarune is a prequel to Undertale. No, that doesn't make any sense because only boss monsters would have lived long enough. So that's also entirely deconfirmed. Sans is a Darkner. Okay. So I want this to not be true, but it's kind of just become like a almost commonly accepted thing. Yeah, also Toby Fox literally said it's not a sequel or prequel. Wait, huh? Oh, he's a... No, wait, what? This is not what I thought it was. Sans is a Darkner. I've heard this is a separate thing than Sans is from Deltarune. This is Sans is a Darkner. Sans exists outside of a dark world and doesn't turn into an object. So, no. I don't really get how you get around that. Like, we've seen what happens when Darkners go into the light world. Lancer turns into a card, Rules turns into a card. They can't do this. Sans can't be a skeleton in the light world, so that doesn't work. I don't like this. I've seen this video. I really strongly dislike it. The grammar is inconsistent because it's supposed to show Alphys losing confidence and panicking. It's not because it's Gaster and Alphys. Or Alphys. I've always said Alphys, but I feel like more people say Alphys. I think Toby said Alphys, so I guess that's correct. Anyway, I don't like this theory. I disagree with it. What's the music? Oh, I'm just listening to Splatoon Lo-Fi and Chill Beats by a Squidman. You've never heard people say Alphys? I like Alphys better. I think Alphys rolls off the tongue better, but a lot of people say Alphys. Or like, I'm like saying it like Alphys. I feel like I'm enunciating it weird. Whatever. I don't agree with this theory. Naked Ralsei theory. Some people believe that Ralsei will take more and more of his clothing off for every chapter we get. Eventually he'll just be naked. Haven't we already seen a screenshot of chapter 3 with him wearing all his clothes? I don't think this is correct. This one's a banger. I have actually heard of this before. Ralsei with a gun is more canon than this? Yeah, wait, wasn't it actually referenced in the game? I think Ralsei with a gun is literally more canon than this. Okay, I don't really know how to answer these. I knew about all of these. So, there you go. Next category. As far as about locations and... Okay, for the upcoming Dark Worlds, okay. Cool. Something about a... Oh, what? Why would he be that? He's a goat. How do you... Okay, whatever. I'm not going into that. Flower Shop. Isn't it called Flower King? Whatever. Upcoming Dark World location. Something will be back for more. Why is it worded like that? What makes it... Was he gonna kill 7 more children? Like, what? Sorry, I don't know why that's so funny to me. Asgore will be back for more. Right, the double... I know about double door theory. Well, I mean, that's not really theory, but the idea that double doors... The problem with the double door thing is that Toby literally patched the library computer room door to be a double door. So, like, he could just do that with any other door. So, I don't really feel like that's much to go off of. Sorry, the wording is so funny. Like, they're not trying to convince you at all. They're like, this could mean something. I don't know. It's just a theory. He always comes back. I feel like chapter 3 is going to touch on Toriel's relationship with Asgore to the point that I don't know if we need an Asgore chapter. Like, I feel like Toriel could undergo some character growth. I mean, I guess Asgore's the one who probably needs to develop more than Toriel to get over her, but, like, I feel like... I don't know. I feel like getting a Toriel chapter and an Asgore chapter in a non-Undertale game, it would just be too much. I wouldn't say it's awful. It's like it could happen, but I don't want it to. So I'll give it that. I don't think it's that likely, and I don't want it to happen. But why? Okay, Flower Shop, police building. not Flower King and Police Station. Okay, whatever. I think this is dumb because I think Undyne is almost definitely appearing, at least one of them is almost definitely appearing in chapter 3. Toriel literally called the police, said, come to my house. There is an open door with a dark world in their house. So like, I don't see how one of these doesn't show up, if not both, in chapter 3. So I think it's very unlikely that we would go to the police station and just see them again. So I give it like a 2. Like, it's possible, but why? QC's Diner. QC, Caddy, Jockington are all characters we get reactions from. Oh yeah, okay, that's what they're talking about. Were both Caddies, really? Oh, I actually didn't know that. I feel like the face sprites, I don't know what's better argument there, but yeah, that might be important. We see him at QC's Diner. Caddy hates Susie. I could see this. I mean, I feel like this is better. If there was going to be a food-themed world, I definitely think it would be QC's and not pizza, Icy's Pizza. So, I could go either way on this. I don't know. I don't really know what you do with a food-themed world, but it's not like that hasn't been done before in a video game. This could easily be the Caddy chapter. Actually, okay, the fact that Caddy works there, I'd say not surprised. I'll give it a 7 and not surprised. The fact that Caddy works there gives her a very good reason to already be there when the Dark World is created. And she hangs out with Jockington. So, yeah. I just said this, but I don't... I would much prefer QC's Diner over Icy's Pizza. I think QC has a lot more going on with, like, you know, the bunny character from Undertale. Like, we already know that we've seen that screenshot of a scene of Chris and Susie in QC's Diner where they're talking about the Dreamer family. I feel like they have history there. Icy's Pizza is just kind of like this meme area. It's like just like Pizza Pants being like, look at my girlfriend, Pizza JPEG. Like, I don't know. QC just feels like there's a lot more going on there. And a lot more potential for even some of those other NPCs to end up in the Dark World, which could be interesting. I kind of hope Pizza Pants ends up in the Dark World, actually. That sounds very funny. But I hope it doesn't take Icy's Pizza being a Dark World for that to happen. You think Icy is... I don't know. Also, a lot of people pronounce this like Ice-E-E. It's just Ice-E. I don't know why. I feel like I keep hearing a lot of people say Ice-E-E for some reason. I don't know. That's weird. Sans' grocery store will be an upcoming Dark World. I don't really see this happening. Like, if we're going to have Dreamer family stuff, well, I don't know why that's what I jumped to. I guess I'm just thinking of the scene. If we're gonna have a Sans world, I just feel like there'd be more interesting places than a grocery store. Again, food-themed world. Like, a grocery store would still just be, like, food-themed. I just feel like QC's Diner has a lot more potential. So, I think it's unlikely. Sans' house seems unlikely to me, to be honest. I think whatever the papyrus thing is just gonna be a light world thing. I think it's pretty unlikely. Also, just like what would their house like? Again, I don't really want another house Dark World period. Actually, yeah, okay, I'm gonna put it like low. I don't think we're getting another house Dark World, and I really don't know what Sans' house would do to advance the narrative of Deltarune. I don't know. Hospital. Okay, I think hospital is very likely. Well, okay, I don't know, because I think we know Rudy wants to go to church, and I think there will be a church Dark World. So if Rudy does get healed, it might actually happen there instead. But I also feel like you could get like a very significant Noelle character growth moment in the hospital. I think it's like a 9, 8 maybe. I mean, maybe the only reason I'm gonna say 8 is because I think it's more likely that Rudy will go to the church. and that will happen there, and the Rudy stuff will happen in the church. Also, because then it would be a Noel focused chapter, and Noel angel connection could be strengthened. I just think that's yeah. I would not be surprised, but I would prefer the church. Town hall, I don't know. Again, this is just where you get like to a theming issue. How do you theme a world around a town hall? Like there's just like a desk. Like there's nothing there. I feel like that puts it. I'm gonna put that pretty low. I really don't think that's likely. I don't think that's a strong contender. Bunker, it's got, dude. Bunker's got to be a Dark World, right? I'm fully on board with Bunker being a Dark World. It is the double door, the scary darkness location. Like, come on. I'm like 50% that this will be like Chapter 7 Dark World. Like, and I'm only that low because it's so far away, but yeah. It's a mysterious location you cannot enter. It's building up to something. So in the background noise, you get the gaster noise. Something darker than dark worlds. Yeah, I think Chris has something to do with, I mean, the fact alone that Chris has a history with the bunker, means we're going to go in there at some point, and I just like, why would there not be a dark world? Why? It's the most obvious place. Church, I think Church is 10. I think there's no way Church is not a dark world. Rudy talks about why, like, Rudy foreshadows Church. Noel has angel references. The angel is literally the thing they worship in the church. I don't think Alvin is like that important, but he's a little bit important, and he would be in the church. Yeah, I would be shocked if the church is not a dark world, like for sure. On the other hand, I absolutely do not think the dark world will be. Just the way we've seen dark worlds work, I kind of feel like they have to be inside. Like, I feel it's like a fluid, it's a fountain. I feel like it has to be contained. I think if you just open a dark world in the, like, outside, it just, like, I don't know. I guess it wouldn't just spread infinitely, because that would just be the roaring. But genuinely, just the fact that it's outside means I don't think this would happen. The lake? I know about the water connections, but I don't see how the lake would be one. Attack and dethrone God. I mean, it's an RPG. We might fight, I mean, we're literally supposedly going to fight the angel based on the prophecy at the end, so yeah. I actually don't think this will happen at all. I think if anything, like, the bunker will, like, lead to the lake, or, like, underwater or something, but I don't think, like, the lake itself. I just don't, how do you stab a lake? How do you make a dark world in a lake? I guess you could stab, like, the bottom of it, but, like, I don't get that. The festival will be an upcoming dark world. Maybe this is where the roaring would happen. Isn't the festival supposed to happen in, like, Chapter 4, though? Like, if Chapter 3 is overnight and Chapter 4 is the day they don't have school, we're not doing the roaring in Chapter 4. I also, again, outdoor festival, like, I don't really get how I don't get how a dark world happens there, unless it's, like, in, like, a circus tent or something. I think it's very unlikely. I get, yeah, like 3, like, something in the festival could be a dark world is my only thing. Definitely not the whole thing. The whole town won't just be a dark world. I really don't think Noel's house is likely, actually. Oh, some people think that image is the house? I think we could go there. I don't think we're getting 2 house dark worlds. I think in that Stuffed Alpaca Q&A, they were saying it feels like it might be kind of redundant to have Noelle kind of develop with Queen. Like, Noelle kind of, she doesn't, learning to stand up to Queen is not immediately, mean she can stand up to her mom, but it feels like she would just kind of have the same arc of, like, learning to stand up to someone like her mom and then learning to stand up to her mom. Like, I just feel like that it would just be redundant. So I don't feel like we would just do that again. Fighting God gotta be one of my favorite pastimes, yeah. 2 secret buses are found in locations based on theme park rides. I guess that's true, but all we know that's at the festival is a Ferris wheel. I mean, like a temporary town festival isn't normally gonna have like a... Like, I don't know what the ride would be. I don't know. I doubt it would just be, we're not just doing another Ferris wheel scene. Right? Like, I mean, we could, I guess a boss on a Ferris wheel is not impossible, but again, that would feel weird after Chapter 2 already having all the Ferris wheel stuff. Honestly, and the teacups. Like, I don't know. I feel like we're not gonna get like a bunch of carnival-themed stuff after we got teacup rides and Ferris wheels. That just, it all just feels redundant. Caddy's house. I don't know. I think Caddy's important. I don't think she's, again, just the house thing. I just think houses are really boring. I think the Dreamers are complicated enough that you have, you have this broken home where, Toriel and Asgore are split. You have Chris being a human and the protagonist. You have Susie also being there, and probably learning a lot about Chris. And probably we're going to learn a lot about Susie's home life in Chapter 3. There's just a lot there to work with, but in general, just like a character's house feels just like a very kind of lame, like obvious way to like, oh, all of their belongings are going to come to life and show what kind of person they are. Like, it just feels really obvious and kind of boring. I feel like, there's just a lot more creative things they can do than just another house. And like, I feel like with any character who isn't Chris or Susie, it wouldn't be anywhere near as interesting. So I'm not into that. Same. Bratty is not gonna matter. Caddy with an eye, or the Caddy who is in class with us will matter. I don't think the other Caddy will matter. I really do not think Bratty will matter. So yeah, the apartments. Kind of the same argument I just made. I mean, obviously, if it's Susie's house, that is a little different, but I don't think it's likely. I would be disappointed. I think it's possible, but I don't know. What do you think Chapter 4 Dark World will be? Shoot, we're really just doing this. Okay, well, I'm gonna say bunker. Where would church be? Do. Sunagari Chess School? I have not heard of that at all, but I could maybe look it up. I don't know anything about that. Church, probably. Well, actually, wait. So, well, hang on. If Chapter 4 is a Saturday, church would probably be a Sunday, right? So I'd say 5. I don't know if Chapter 4 will have a dark. The only thing with Chapter 4 is like we know we're just walking around hometown in the rain, so it's like, are we gonna also go into a dark world before or after that? Oh, I was saying QCs. Some churches have Saturday. That's true. Oh wait, did Rudy say I want to go to church tomorrow? He did, didn't he? Hang on. I think Rudy says tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard about that game, Japan Flanders, but I can check it out. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, obviously... The only thing that makes me think the Light World stuff might be more extensive is, like, Chris and Susie having the conversation in QC's diner. Like, that just feels like a weird... It could be optional, and it actually probably still is optional, but, like, you know, just sitting and talking with Susie is something we haven't really been able to do the whole game, so I kind of felt like it might be a scripted thing. I don't know. I mean, that doesn't mean there isn't a Dark World, though. Where else do I think? I really haven't thought this far ahead, honestly. I've watched other people's videos. The church is like the only one that's a lock for me. Because I don't think it's Town Hall. I guess, again, the hospital feels kind of redundant. Because I think Rudy's going to the church. I guess anyone else could go in the hospital. What other buildings are there? Well, yeah, but there's only 2 things to fill in. I might as well try. Yeah, I might just say hospital. No, okay, wait, right, sorry, I forgot. QC's Diner. I think QC's Diner is possible. I don't know if that would be 5, but why not? And then, like, maybe Town Hall. I just don't know what you would do in Town Hall. Okay, maybe we'll just leave it like that for that one. I don't think there will be a chapter 8. What the? Okay, come on. I know there are like unused graphics in the game that have chapter 9 and 10, but it's copium, guys. That's not happening. This is not happening. What? No. I know why people think, but no. They were removed? Okay, then yeah, that's just outdated. I think there's like something in the code for chapter 0. And I know there were graphics for 8, 9, and 10. Like they made images with the logo, which like I don't know why those are images anyway and not just text, but whatever. What characters do you think will appear in Dark Worlds for chapter 3 to 7? Okay. Gerson's dead. I don't know why he's here. I know Oberon Smog, but no. Okay. Let's see. I guess I probably think Alvin. I think Des will appear in the game. Maybe. Mew Mew? I don't know about Mew Mew. Where are all the like actual characters? Okay, Rudy. They have him as Rudolph. They got his full name. I think Nebsbook and Undyne are both likely enough that I would check them. Okay, let's just go one by one. I think QC is possible. I think if QC's Diner is a Dark World, QC would probably end up there. I don't feel like they would matter very much, but it's possible. I'm going to be generous with these. Gerson is dead. I do not think his dust will turn him into Oberon Smog. I think he's just dead. I don't think he's showing up. Caddy with an I is the goth one in class, right? I'm pretty sure. I think the Caddy class will show up. I think Jockington will show up. I don't think they will. Asgore, I'm iffy on. I feel like Asgore is a possibility. Because Flower King is maybe a possibility, and it's maybe he could like show up at Toriel's house and be like, oh, I saw that there was darkness, so I jumped in. I don't know. Asgore's a maybe. I'll check him. Why not? Pizza Pants because it'd be funny. I don't think Sans will. I do not think Brad and Caddy matter. Toriel, I don't see how Toriel would not show up in the next chapter. That might be it. Asriel? I don't know. I feel like Asriel's gonna show up like when the roaring's happening, but I don't think he'll be like in a dark world. Like I think Asriel will be there when the darkness comes to the light world. I can't really imagine he's in a dark world though. And I don't think he's Rousey. So yeah. I don't think Noelle's house will be a thing, so I don't think the mom would be there. No. Gaster's a hard one, because Gaster is kind of like omniscient, it seems like. I don't know if that counts, but I guess I don't think he will physically appear. I think he will just remain a disembodied voice, so I guess I would not check him. No. Okay, this is really stretching the definition of a theory. But no. What? What? Seriously? Dude, people might be stupid. These people might be like, sorry, no offense. It's literally in the game. Oh, I forgot this was the reason people think this. People think it's gonna spell out Wingding Gaster. No. No. I do not think so. Some believe the placeholder animations really are just placeholders because there's only code in the menu for chapters 1 to 7, but also a 0th, which would be an 8th chapter of some sorts. No. I don't think so. I think it's just 1 through... I just think the amount of content for the game... I think if Toby Fox says, we're making chapters 5, 6, and 7, and it takes a suspicious chapter-length amount of time longer than we would expect, then, like, it would just be obvious. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's just... No. The Dark World locations are the Undertale locations in reverse. I have heard of this. Card Kingdom represents New Home, Cyber World represents the core, and then Metaton's Hotel. I mean, this is already a stretch because, like, Metaton's Hotel isn't an area. Hotland is an area. So, like, I don't know. I don't think it holds much weight. It's like a 2 because it's like almost a pattern. I guess I wouldn't care. I'm not against the idea of for how vague it is because it wouldn't matter, but like whatever. Dark Clock Theory. This is a Jaro video, right? I've watched this. Yeah. I guess that's, yeah, that's true. I mean, the Metatone stuff is spread throughout Hotland, but like, I just feel like that's a stretch, right? Because Hotland, I mean, Hotland is a entertainment-themed area, but it's also like an industrial lava-themed area, like, if not more so. So I just don't really feel like it holds up in comparison to the castle being a castle and the world of technology being, I don't know. I just think it's a stretch. Okay, Church to Waterfall is even more of a stretch. Oh, you see, because of Snowden. Yeah, no. Yeah, like, it just doesn't, that's why I said I don't care. Like, it could be a thing. It's probably not, but if it is, it doesn't matter anyway, because it's so vague. I do not think this is a real thing. I've seen this video. So, the clocks in Hometown never move. And if you look at where the clocks are pointing, they, like, kind of point to where the Dark Worlds are. Except, this is kind of confusing because it's... Well, I don't know if it's peak Jaro insanity, because it's a little bit more believable than some of the things he says, but, it's just weird with the way the rooms work in the school, because it's like when you go through the door, it technically like mirrors your perspective. So it's like, I don't know. I don't think it, it's, I don't know. I don't know, strong thoughts. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do this. I guess I wouldn't be, I shouldn't have said that. I wouldn't be disappointed if there were 10 chapters, but there'd be no reason for it. Okay. There's a whole Susie category? Oh my goodness. Oh, it's not that long. Okay, Susie is the mean reptilian bully monster that befriends Chris. Really? I made it this far in this survey and I didn't know who Susie was. If you could not tell. Okay, fair enough. Susie has a bad home life theory. I think this is actually probably true. You know, she has, you know, kind of delinquent behavior. They don't even mention her always being hungry, but Susie's like always like, which, you know, is sometimes just used for like, you know, a funny character trait, but like the fact that she drinks the milk that Alphys leaves out, like it does seem like she's genuinely like maybe homeless or at least like neglected. I feel like it's definitely implied, and yeah, with her not, you know, pretending to call her parents and then just walking away from the phone. I think this is like, I feel bad saying it would be preferable if Susie had a bad home life. But I definitely think that's what's being implied about Susie. I think we're going to learn more about that too, in chapters 3 and 4, like for sure. Definitely whatever that diner scene is in 4. Susie's from a human community theory. I'm much less behind this one. Yeah. I get it being like... I just realized you wrote Dark Cock and not Dark Clock. Okay, sorry. I don't know. I don't really think it's true. I don't think there's evidence for it, but I get the idea behind it and I wouldn't really mind. Susie has no home. Yeah, I mean, I think it's likely. I think it's more likely that she just generally has a bad home life than specifically she is homeless. But yeah, I think it's likely. I don't believe this. I feel like if she was half human, that would be most... The doctors at the hospital don't seem to get Susie? I'm not sure what that's referring to. Oh, she says doctor... That's a joke. That's no. She says like doctors even get me? That's a joke. That's not... I don't think that means anything. We don't know if it's possible. I don't know if I want to think about it being possible. I don't know what it would really add to her character. I feel like her being an outcast is more meaningful with her being a monster, to be perfectly honest. I feel like it being a biological thing is just kind of weird. Like, I don't really... And then, like, I mean, Chris... I feel like that would just kind of take away from Chris being a unique species. Yeah, that's... Okay, you just agreed. Yeah, so I don't really like that. No. I do not chip. I don't have much to say about this. They're close friends. I really like their dynamic as being friends. I guess I'm a Suzelle shipper. I think Suzelle is canon, pretty much. So I don't ship them. And yeah, that's all I have to say about that. No. I read one word of that. No. It doesn't make sense that... It doesn't make sense that Rouse would be Asriel and Chris wouldn't, like, do something about it or talk to them differently, and, like, Susie? Well, Susie might be, like, I forget if it's a thing that, like, Susie, like, moved into town and was, like, yeah, because she was the new girl. Because, no, Noelle calls her the new girl all the way back in her, like, Spamton Sweepstakes blog, though, so Asriel still would have been around. So, like, I mean, it's not completely impossible to think that Susie wouldn't, but then Susie does recognize, that's because Susie has the weird reaction, because she literally recognizes, she's like, oh, Rouse looks like Asriel. And if he literally was Asriel, and Susie knew that, and Chris knew that, they wouldn't be like, oh, haha, yeah, Rouse. Like, they would just say, oh, you're Asriel. Like, it wouldn't make any sense. Why would they just continue to pretend? Like, yeah, like, he literally takes the hat off, they see his face, like, I don't get it. Oh, this is... I thought you guys were just joking. I don't think he's the green crayon. They don't even mention that he's, like, crayon-shaped. I thought that was, like, the whole idea of the theory. He's not a crayon. I don't think he's a crayon. Here's the head. Okay, so the headband is much, much, much more likely. I still don't believe it, personally. I really don't believe it. Let's read this, at least. Okay, this is weirdly worded. If you talk to Toriel, she'll bring up the red headband Chris used to wear when they were younger, but it went missing. They wanted to fit in with the rest of the monsters. What? Okay, this is like a really bad grammar and they misgender Chris, I think. But okay. Anyway, yeah. Chris wanted the horns. I don't know, they say it so weirdly. Chris wanted to have horns like their family, so they wore a headband. I don't know what this paragraph... Weird wording. Oh my god. Piles and piles of Asriel's dust. Here it is. This is terrible. Look, I like Jar Jar videos. I like his ideas and the way he thinks about the game and analyzes the game. I think he's very entertaining. I enjoy him as a creator. I think this is an awful theory that makes no sense. It's incredibly contrived. It's way too complicated. It doesn't make any sense for the characters. I do not think Chris killed Azriel. Let's read it. Azriel killed by coming back from college. So first, okay. So Azriel comes back from college early. For some reason, Toriel doesn't know about this. For some reason, they end up at the school that Azriel doesn't go to anymore. Chris is now trying to hide Azriel's death. Explains why characters have to tell Chris. I mean, you could say that it does that, but surely they would just ask in that case, hey, why doesn't Azriel respond to my text and calls? Not, hey Chris, tell Azriel this. Like, I feel like it's weird. There would be a chance to be hiding something. Why does Chris... Okay, but why does Chris have a cell phone? This is the argument I think Jaro uses. Is like, why does Chris have a cell phone, but Azriel doesn't, when Azriel is the older sibling? But that just makes this theory even more confusing, because then they wouldn't try to tell Chris, they would just try to call Azriel. Azriel being dead and there's somebody trying to save it would make it more of a parallel story. I don't really think that means anything. I think that's way too specific. You don't literally need the same character to be dead. Like, no. Okay, the magic thing, I'm glad I have a reason to talk about this. The studying occult thing, I'm pretty sure it's a joke. I don't think the quote-unquote magic that Caddy is talking about is like actual Undertale Deltarune magic. I think she is a goth character who does like funny like Satan stuff, and it's like the you know, demon imagery with Chris, with, you know, being called Lightbringer and wearing the red horns. It's not magic. It's not like actual real magic. It's like funny goth like joke, or it's like Chris demon imagery. It's not, they're not trying to revive Azriel. How come he isn't home yet? Do we know that it's fall? I forget if we have any confirmation about what time of year it actually is. I mean, the leaves are yellow on the trees. But Chris could have been looking this up during summer? We don't know that this was like recent? So okay, you get it. You get it. No one here probably is defending it. Oh, here we go. Wait, I think someone's talking about this like way earlier in the stream. Ralsei is Chris's knife theory. Huh. The knife is something Chris actually uses at the end of both chapters. It explains why Ralsei is able to walk between dark worlds. But then why don't we see the sparkle come out of Chris's pocket? Isn't that disproven by the fact that we see Rule's card fly out and we don't see Azriel fly out? Or Ralsei, rather? I think this is like just objectively disproven by evidence in the game. I mean, beyond the fact that we don't see the knife in the inventory, and that Toriel took the knife on the tray when we wake up in chapter 2 and we never get it as Chris, you know, we see what happens when an object flies out of Chris's pocket and becomes a Darkner, and we see one sparkle do that, and it's Rule's card. So also, yeah, Ralsei doesn't look like a knife. What? Sorry, I read this like 5 times. Ralsei is hometown as a Darkner? I haven't seen this video? What is this resolution? Sure, I'll save this to watch later. I'll watch this one later. This makes no sense to me at all, and I don't think it's true. It does not align with how we see Dark World mechanics work in the game at all. Like, the Dark World is literally trapped in the closet, so I don't understand why. Like, the only way I could see this making any amount of sense is if Castletown was like in like Town Hall, or like a fountain or statue in the center of town, but the fact that it's in the school closet, like why does the like high school they're high schoolers probably, why does the high school closet, no, because it's the whole school, because it's like preschoolers too, but why does the school closet represent the entire town? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Ralsei is special because of the ground. This makes a lot more sense. This is, I mean, that's literally the description we are given in the game. This isn't a theory. This is literally what Ralsei explicitly tells us in the game. So I think this is literally canon. I think this is literally objectively true. But sure. Okay, well, here we go. Special because of something else. What if he's not telling the whole truth about pure darkness? If fountains being made could cause the roaring, then why is this still up? I mean, it's still up because there's supposed to be a balance of light and dark, as the prophecy says. But okay, we see different dark worlds have different themes. Darkness or stone, blah blah blah. The Grand Fountain doesn't. Well, this isn't true. This isn't what he says. I have an objection. They don't turn to stone because card and board games don't fit with internet computer theme. It's because they don't align with the will of the Dark World's creator, I think, right? Or like the will of the Dark World. It's not the theme of the Dark World, it's the will of the Dark World. The person who created, upon creating the computer room Dark World, that Lightner did not will Lancer and Rules into existence. They just willed the computer room into existence. Into, like the Dark World into existence. So, I mean, this is just a misquote or misunderstanding of how the wording in the game is. So, based off this description, this requires Chris Knight theory to be true. This part. So I don't agree with any of this. I think this is like objectively incorrect. This is a theory I disagree with, so I'm just saying no. I was playing Splatoon 3 earlier, yes. We switched to this. I mean, that's what the thumbnail and title do suggest. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with, like, I don't know. Like, I think it's fun. I like when people just come up with an idea and search for evidence for it. Like, that is a bad way to make a theory. That is bad, like, analysis of media. But I think it's funny. Like, it's fun to talk about. But, like, this one is just pretty much objectively, like, wrong in every part of it. Ralsei is the river person. I think the Song from the Sea probably is related to Onion Sun's Song from the Sea. I don't think it's related to Ralsei. What? What does this have to do with anything? This line is just literally irrelevant. What? They're able to move between Dark Worlds? Okay. What does it have to do with anything? That doesn't let them move to Undertale. I'm so confused by this line. Also, what do you mean they? Like, Ralsei can, Sans can't. What do you mean? Okay, I mean, there's no evidence for this. It's two people wearing cloaks. Ralsei is evil theory. That means he could be evil. Like, okay, obviously, I know this was a whole thing after chapter 2. Everyone's like, Ralsei is suspicious. But I don't think he's evil. I think he has good intentions. I think he might be either being manipulated by someone else or, thinks... I mean, at the most extreme, I think maybe he thinks he's committing a necessary evil. Like, I think this is kind of the time loop theory a lot of people have, is that Ralsei knows about the time loop and just wants Chris and Susie to be happy. And that's why he tells them that their choices are valuable, because even though nothing will matter in the end, it's still, or, their choices won't affect anything in the end, but it still matters because their choices define who they are. So, it's like Ralsei knows some terrible thing is going to happen, whether it's the roaring, whether it's a time loop. But I don't think Ralsei is evil. I think Ralsei is at worst misguided. So, like 2. I think it'd be disappointing. I think there's a way it could be pulled off that would maybe be satisfying. He definitely knows more than he lets on, but I don't think it's ill-intentioned. I think at worst, like, Rouse is, like, maybe even trying to allow something bad to happen. Like, maybe he's even going to allow the roaring to happen, but just doesn't want it to happen too early, because he wants Chris and Susie to, like, be able to, like, you know, live out as much of their lives as they can. But I don't think he's causing it. I don't think he's wants bad things to happen. Like, I'll say is working for the number Dr. Gaster, and he will betray us and be evil. Yeah, no, whatever. I'll say, okay. So, first part of this, I'll be honest, I think people read too much into the, like, button tutorial things. I know that, like, you know, everything in Undertale Deltarune, like, people want to analyze it and have everything be diegetic, because in Undertale it pretty much was. In Deltarune, you know, the save menus and everything, like, I get it. But I think Rouse saying press Z to attack, I don't know if that matters. It might just be a video game. But as far as, you know, wanting the player to be happy over Chris, or at least just wanting the player to enjoy the experience, I don't know what this is referring to. The Acid River scene. When does it seem like Rouse is talking to the player? Rouse blushes. I mean, the soul is just like where Chris is. Like, that just means you have Chris's face next to Rouse. I feel like that's not like, I know it is specifically like where the soul is, but like, I don't think that matters. I actually don't know what they're talking about in the Acid River scene. Oh my god, my voice. I am pretty... He looks towards the camera? I mean, that's just looking like stage front, isn't it? Like, I don't think that really, I don't know. Well, I mean, I think that's what the theory is, Pearl Blossom. Okay, I'll just come out and say it. I don't like the idea of the player being, like, fully canon. I think the player, like, matters. But I feel like there's gonna be some kind of, like, middleman, like, Frisk. Like, I mean, my thing, okay, I know, this is gonna get into, like, you know, the whole rabbit hole of, like, Chris and the soul. I just think it's Chris and the soul. Like, I just think we are the soul. I feel like everyone tries to complicate it with, like, the soul is Gaster, the soul is Asriel, the soul is Kara, the soul is something. There's a third entity. There's the soul and Gaster. There's. I just think it's the soul. I just think it's a soul. I think it's Chris and the soul. So I think, at most, I think Rouse knows that the soul is a separate entity from Chris, but it's not the player. My problem with this is the wording of the player. Like, and I get that the soul effectively represents the player, but I think this is an important distinction. I don't think Rouse knows he's in a video game, as this is implying with the tutorials and controls. I don't think Rouse knows about, like, layers of reality or the device, whatever you want to call it. I don't think Rouse knows that much, and I don't think the player is, like, canon. I think it's the soul. I feel like everyone wants to, like, abstract it, or everyone wants to not abstract it. I don't know. Everyone wants to either call it literally the player or abstract it into, like, some other third entity or something else with Chris. I just literally think it's the soul. I just think everyone in the world is overcomplicating it. I even think, you know, I think the Andrew Cunningham video overcomplicates it, which I think he normally, yeah, he's a very, very good essayist and, you know, analyst of Deltarune. I don't like his soul video because I literally just think it's the soul. Like, I just think everything, I mean, that video was mostly just going over what other people thought anyway. But the conclusion in that was like, well, we should just focus on Chris, which I think is true. Chris as a character matters more than whatever is controlling Chris, but also whatever is controlling Chris is just the soul. I just think it's the soul. I just think that's it. I just think it ends there, and everyone wants it to be something more than what it is. Okay, I just had to go on a little rant there. Anyway, I'm going to read this as the literal player and vote it everything negative, because I don't think the tutorials are diegetic in the sense that he knows he's in a video game, he knows what buttons are. I don't think him looking at the camera matters. I don't believe that at all. Yeah, okay. Rouse cares about Chris theory. He might help them with stopping the players since we're controlling them. I think this is much more likely. I think this makes way more sense. The whole, like, you know, directing our attention away from Chris, it's hard to say. This is where I go back to the soul thing, though, right? Because you have that moment in chapter 1 where we're kind of playing as Susie, but not actually. Like, you know, we're seeing Susie's perspective in the card castle jail cell. And every time Lancer attacks Susie, the soul comes from the upper right. It comes from where Chris is. It, like, separates from them. And Toby Fox, like, pointed that out explicitly on the anniversary live stream. He was like, that's not a bug. The soul is coming from Chris. So I do think Rouse is on some level aware of the soul being different and wanting to... I'm not sure if he's working for... Like, my problem is they're separating it into Chris cares about the player, and... Rouse cares about the player, or Rouse cares about Chris. I think it is either Rouse cares about the soul or Chris, but not the player. So... I think maybe Chris. I think it's likely that Rouse does genuinely care about Chris, and knows... I don't think it's necessarily a thing of, like, oh, I need to save Chris and rebel against the player. It's just like, you know, they know something is going on with Chris, and they kind of know more than they're letting on with the whole nature of the soul and the way the story and perspective works. So, yeah. I guess that's generally how I feel about that. He doesn't like the term astral projection? Yeah. Because that's not what it is. Because I think the reason he might... Because I don't think Chris sees what we see. I think that's the distinction. I think it's if it was astral projecting, it would be like Chris going to watch over Susie, and that's not what's happening. It's the soul, which we are controlling, which some might like to refer to as the player. I personally don't like that. I think it is just the soul. But yeah, Chris hates Rouse. No, okay, I saw this brought up in the Stuffed Alpacas video. If Chris hated Rouse, then Chris would, like, get 0 HP from the T or damage from the T. Chris only heals, like, 10 less than Noelle. So, yeah. I think Chris is definitely not super into the, like, you know, close relationship that's happening on, like, the acid ride. Like, Acid Tunnel of Love. Like, I don't know. I think that's kind of... Personally, I think that's sort of uncomfortable. I think that whole scene is weird just because Rouse does look like Chris's brother, and it's, like, almost trying to push it as, like... I don't think it's supposed to be, like, romantic, but it's, like, weird. I don't know. I mean, it's literally a tunnel of love. So, anyway, I don't think this is true at all. But I definitely think... I'll give it, like, a little bit, because I think Chris doesn't like Rouse as much as some people. Yeah, it's just hate. I don't even think Chris is, like... I don't think Chris dislikes Rouse being friendly, even. It's just, like, Chris doesn't, like, vibe... Like, Chris vibes with Susie way more than Rouse. But I think that's just Chris is better friends with Susie. Like, Chris is just, like, a like, prankster, like, a troublemaker. So, they like the, you know, the delinquent kid better than the goody two-shoes kid. Like, I just think that's all there is to it. And they're still all friends. Like, Chris still does the little pose. Like, they're still a team. Like, I just think, yeah, hate is very extreme for no reason, but I don't even think Chris dislikes Rouse. Yeah, okay, yeah, like the options where it's like, yeah, like always hugging Rouse, like, yeah, Chris probably wouldn't do that. Okay. I don't know how much longer this is, by the way. Okay, Chris theories. As if you couldn't tell. No. I think this is what everyone thought at the end of chapter 1, and then it was disproven. I just think Chris is their own thing. I mean, like, literally, Kara. What do we mean by Kara? Like, are they Undertale Kara, or are they Deltarune AU version of Kara? Because, like, I guess, yeah. Well, hold on, hang on. Actually, that's a really important distinction that this doesn't make. Because I think they basically are the Deltarune AU version of Kara. But, well, then there's always the problem with the timeline, though. Because Kara should have lived 100 years ago. The shirt? Well, okay, I'm not gonna use merch as lore evidence. I guess look at this as I kind of misunderstood, or like, it's not that I misunderstood, it's that they didn't clarify. Like, do we mean a time-hopping, murderous Kara from Genocide Undertale, or do we mean just Toriel and Azrael's kid in this universe? That's a very important distinction to me. So I'm just gonna put middle of the road, because that matters, and they did not clarify. Chris is Frisk. No. Actually, no. I think the entire point of Chris is to be their own character that is not just bound by the player's choices. So I feel like for that reason, they are entirely meant to be a distinct character from Frisk, who was a self-insert. So I genuinely really don't like that idea. Yeah, I just don't like when people refer to it. I just wish more people would say the soul. I feel like the soul always has this baggage of, like, the soul is something is controlling the soul. We're controlling the soul. We are non-diegetically controlling the soul, but in universe, the soul is just the soul. Like, so yeah, like, I think the soul is the player, but not, it's annoying to say. Like, yeah. I guess the way I would say it is, like, the soul is a character. Like, I feel like there's always some idea that the soul came from something or is bound to something, whereas I just think the soul is the something. So, wait, what? Okay, let's move on to this. A mixture of with Frisk and Kara. No. I mean, for the reasons I don't like Frisk, I don't like this. You know, I don't like Chris being Frisk, so I don't like this. I wouldn't want any percentage of Frisk to be a part of Chris. No, what? Huh? What? I guess we already had Frisk and Kara the same person, but this is just objectively untrue. Like, are people really using this as evidence? Okay, no. No. Just no. I'm not entertaining that one. Well, you visually sure, but like, no. This is really weirdly worded, but I think they're a new character, yes. I would prefer if they were a new character. Chris is one of the other human souls. I don't know why this would matter. What? No. What? This relies on Deltarune being a sequel theory. What? This doesn't matter. None of this matters. I'm sorry. Okay, like, what? Also, can we just talk? I don't even believe in color theory. Like, I literally don't think the soul traits, like, maybe that's supposed to matter. Sure, if you win the ball game, it says all of the traits of the humans. Like, so I don't care. Like, I know that's a hot take. People are so into, like, oh, the other humans, and like I played Undertale Yellow. I think if you're going to go, like, full on explore that in, like, fan fiction story where with the theme of that trait, that's really cool. Like, justice being the theme of Undertale Yellow was really cool. In actual Undertale and Deltarune, it literally does not matter. Yeah, it like, I don't get it. I don't get the obsession. Like, it's just, it doesn't matter. It's ball game. It's I don't get it. So this is like, you have to believe color theory matters, and you have to believe that Deltarune is a sequel to Undertale, which is objectively disprovable. So this is the worst theory on the list so far. Okay. Chris is a vessel theory. Chris has some relation to the bunker. Chris, yeah. I'm not fully opposed to this. Mainly because we don't know where Chris comes from. Like, there's no mountain for Chris to fall into, like with Undertale. Like, why would Chris be adopted by two monster parents? And if a human just weirdly emerged from the woods one day, and if that's what happened, I kind of like this. I've never heard this theory before, but I kind of fuck with it. I don't know. This is actually really interesting. I don't think there's really like evidence for it, but I like the idea behind it. Although it's kind of weird. The subversion at the start of the game doesn't make a whole lot of sense then. Because we make the vessel, and then the game says no one gets to choose who they are in this world, and then we play as a vessel. Cool fic idea? Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna rate it low because it's not canon, but I actually kind of like the idea of it quite a bit. I wish there was like I kind of like it. Like, this is like, it's like, I don't care, I wouldn't be surprised or good. There's not really like I would be surprised, but I like it. But I kind of am actually into this only because I don't know. I just want an explanation for where Chris came from, and this is that in a kind of interesting way. Well, Chris would be like a homunculus in this case, I guess, right? I don't know. Interesting idea. I think it's oh, you were talking about this. I thought you were talking about. I'm not reading them on the screen. I'm reading the current one that people keep reacting. What? No. What? What is this sentence? Being weird makes you a different species? Chris is weird because they're a different species than everyone else in the town. Okay, whatever. What? The file name for Chris's soulless form are the same as what? What? I don't know. I did not know about this, but what? What is the file name? I feel like that's missing some important context. Is the file name just like closed eyes? Because then that wouldn't be a connection. But also, yeah, they look like the eyes are similar? No, they're not. They're talking about Asgore's like blue and orange eye flashes. It's just an eye flash animation. That doesn't mean they're similar. It's just oh my god. That would not explain. It's already explained by them being a human. This is awful. This is the new worst one, I think. Well, no. The other one is still worse, but this one's terrible. Doesn't make any sense. Chris, dude, this is people reading way into these lines. Okay. Chris may have been brought to life because of the soul. I guess this isn't impossible. I mean, it's not like humans turn to dust. So, like, if the soul took over Chris shortly after they died? But then why would Chris... My problem with this is, like, if Chris was just reanimated by the soul, then they wouldn't have their own... Like, why do they have their own emotions? Well, it depends when Chris... Like, I guess this is suggesting, like, Chris could have been alive maybe up until, like, right before the game. And then they died and the soul controlled them. Like, it's not impossible. I think it makes sense. Actually, never. No, but it is because of what I was just saying. I don't like it because souls are the culmination of a person's very being, right? Like, we know that souls, in the case of like Azrael and Kara, there being two souls in one monster, gave them both some matter of, some manner of control over the body. The problem with this is that Chris reacts differently to our choices. Like, if you say something that Chris doesn't like, they say it more strained, or if you say something Chris agrees with, they say it very enthusiastically. So some element of Chris's personal being is still there, and if their soul... I mean, I guess this is a question regardless of theory, because, this brings up the whole, like, two souls, third entity stuff. I don't know. I get it, but no. I get where this line of logic comes from, but I don't think it quite makes sense. I don't know. We've taken... Huh. I don't agree that the line doesn't make sense. I think you could still call Chris a heart on a chain if they be controlled by the heart on a chain. Well, I guess I kind of have to reevaluate my own thoughts now, because I kind of hadn't thought about the point. Like, I've been trying to push this idea that the soul is just the soul, but then, like, yeah, why does Chris retain some of their own being? I don't really have a good answer for that, if I'm being completely honest. My problem is just who we are, right? This is my, like, I don't think we're just the player. I don't think we're just the person playing the video game. I think if this is the case, then we are something else, and I just think that gets too complicated. I just want it to be the soul and Chris. But I guess if it's Chris's soul... I don't know. I'm going, like, middle of the road. I really don't know. I really don't know if it's Chris's soul. It is a human soul, supposedly, because it's red. Okay, well, at least I can say I don't like this. There we go. I feel like you gotta tell me who we is. Okay, yeah, this is talking about literally fourth wall break. Gaster invites to download survey program. When you open it, he says we're connected, and then the heart appears. You are the one connected, it's your soul. No, that's stupid. I'm actually with Jaro Jaro on this one. I know people really don't like... A lot of people disagree with his video, where he says, like, the player is not a part of Deltarune's narrative. I think a lot of people haven't watched the video. I think some of the examples he brings up are sort of flawed. For me, it's not necessarily about suspension of disbelief. I just think it breaks kind of the canon. I don't know. This is something where I differ, because, like, I really like Molly Star's device theory, but they do believe that it's, like, literally going to be, like, about us. I think there could be some abstraction of, like, what we exactly are connecting with Gaster, but it's still, like, we're on some higher plane of reality. I don't know. I don't like the idea of the player being so, like, literally involved in the story. I just think it's kind of lame. Like... Yeah, I just can't get behind that. It's just because of how Undertale worked. Like, if this was its own game, I think it would maybe be a possibility. But Undertale was just so careful to make sure that any time it felt like the game was literally talking to the player, it canonically wasn't. Like, every time Flowey pops up on the screen and it goes, hey, like, that's Flowey talking to Kara. It's not Flowey talking to you. Like, even when Flowey goes, this is all a game, that's just because Flowey has dissociated and started treating life like a game, but it's not literally because he thinks he's in a video game, like it's just, Undertale is so careful to balance the narrative and the meta narrative. I think that's the really good point Jaru makes, that I think people don't give enough credit for in that video, is that barrier is maintained. I watched that refutation video by, oh, what's their name? Snarlinger? And I liked their video too. But I actually disagreed. Like, I don't know. Also, hello, Subscribble. Welcome to stream. Well, but that's my thing, is, like, I don't think Gaster is talking to the player. Like, we don't actually have a reason. We just, because it's the same thing, right? It's someone looking directly at the screen with text, but that's exactly what Flowey was. And Flowey wasn't talking to the player. Flowey was talking to Kara. who represents the player. I think there has to be, I don't know if there has to be, but I just, the way Toby Fox has written Undertale, and with Undertale being like a kind of parallel universe, very similar type of idea, but doing different things with the meta narrative, I can't see him breaking that. Yeah. If everyone replayed Undertale in 2024, yeah, low-key. I'll see you, Spaceboy. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. I don't know. What? Sorry, what? The red soul is Des? They don't even know. No. Okay, look. Des matters. Have fun brainwriting. Thank you. Yes, we are. I think Des is important. I think we're going to find Des. No. Des is a monster. Wait, what? Why would Des' soul be red? Like, I mean, look, okay, we know monsters have determination in Deltarune, like all Lighteners have determination, so I guess it's not unfeasible that monster souls could also be colored, but... Huh? No. There's no reason to think that. Oh hey, well, there you go. I could have just scrolled down a little bit more. Okay. Some say the regular narrative and the meta-narrative exist separately from one another, but go parallel with each other. In Undertale, we never see any characters say they're actually in a video game. Actions like saving are in-universe actions you can take. Sometimes characters seem to get deja vu despite a save file being overwritten. It's a metaphor. Flowey isn't talking to us, they're talking to Car, whatever. You can still read this as, yeah, we're doing it on the game. Yes, thank you. Okay. So... Who are we in universe? The angel, a secret green version of Muppet? Only time will tell. Yeah, no, okay, I mean, they're almost like poking fun at it, but this makes a million times more sense to me. Undertale never actually fully breaks the fourth wall. The narrative and meta-narrative coexist in parallel. That's what I think Undertale is doing. It's crazy that this is some people. To me, this makes so much more sense. I don't know why this feels like the like unpopular opinion right now. Okay, this is so weird. Okay, yeah, this, dude, we're doing this again. The satanic magic thing is not literally them summoning us into Deltarune. I think this is stupid as hell. I don't get this theory at all. Chris was the one who connected with Gaster? That doesn't make any sense. Gaster says no one can choose who you are in this world. Or, I mean, people think that's a second voice. So what, it's like Chris trying to become the vessel, and then some other person interrupts the connection and makes them be Chris again? Like, what? I don't get, like, But we can't use magic in the light world. No, I think that theory is ridiculous and doesn't make any sense. Chris is trying to save Des. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I don't know why Chris, like, why would Chris do that? There's no motivation to build the theory on. Wait, what? Some people believe Chris isn't evil? Who thinks Chris is evil? What? When did any of these theories ever imply Chris was evil? Oh, because, like, Chris Knight theory? Maybe? But even making fountains has already been shown to not be, like, a purely evil thing. That's okay, really weird wording, whatever. Chris trying to save Des would explain why they made the fountain even after Weird Route. Even though Noah got hurt by the player, she would still get her sister back. To find her... Yes. I don't know. This is the thing where it's like, I think the goal of the game will be to find Des. I'm not entirely sure how much of it is Chris's motive, but I think it pretty much is. I think this is the case. I do like that this explains them still making a fountain after Snowgrave. I don't think Chris is the knight. Yeah, I don't know. For me, it's literally just the computer lab. Like, you can get really deep into, like, you know, why, like, character motives and all of that, but to me, it's literally just they physically could not have gotten to the computer lab. Like, Birdley and Noel would not have just walked into a dark world, and Chris could not have physically gotten to the computer lab, you know, in the time that they left for school. Like, yeah, it just doesn't make sense. So I don't think Chris is the knight, but whatever. Chris knows what happened to Des. I don't know. I'm a subscriber to whatever happened with Des has to do with the bunker. So I guess that does kind of hurt the idea that Chris is making fountains to find Des. Unless, I mean, Des could have been like lost in the dark world like from the bunker though. I don't know. I think this is still likely. I'll give it like an 8. I like the connection to Des. I think it's interesting. Oh, Terra theory. Someone brought this up like 2 hours ago. Well, this is stupid. Wait, but it's... Wouldn't that just be Cooker? Not Terra? Whatever. Well, okay, once again, I don't even really fully believe in this. So... Chris and is morally good compared to Chris. Cool. I think this is really dumb. You should pull up the video. They didn't even link the video. I'm not gonna like this video. I don't like the Kara Frisk thing that everyone agrees with in Undertale. I'm not gonna like this. I don't like characters possessing characters. I just think it's dumb. Like, it's a really funny video. Okay, I might watch it later on my own time. This is already taking long enough. It's so ass, but he's so confident in it. Okay. I just don't get, what's the point of this? Like, this doesn't serve any narrative role. Like, in Undertale, at least there's a reason, kinda, for Kara and Frisk to both exist. Even that is kinda questionable, but here it's just literally pointless. Like, we already have the Soul and Chris. Why would you have the Soul and Chris and Terra? Whatever. Oh, see you, Subscribble. Thanks for dropping in. Player is bad? The player is the player. You make your own choices. I don't think the player could be objectively... I mean, I get what this is saying, but we didn't choose to be Chris. Like, we were forming a connection with Gaster, and then some other voice comes in and says, you can't choose who you are Chris. So it's not our fault. So this doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna say that. I've got to actually type that because it. Hang on. Player is bad theory. Explicitly. Oh shoot! Oh my god! I'm not trying to print the page. Become / control. Hang on. Player's bad theory is flawed because the player explicitly did not choose to become / control at the start of the game. Okay, sorry, I had to say that because this one, like, for real. Come on. I had less knowledge about these ones. How much longer is this? Main antagonist theories. I might have to take a quick bathroom break. Because this is going on. How long have I been streaming? Let's see. 3 hours and 45 minutes. I maybe should have just started with this. That's fine. I'm gonna really quick run to the bathroom. I will be right back. This is the shit they make prisoners do. Okay. Oh, my bad. I muted the music instead of muting my mic. I'm very smart. I'm so good at streaming. Okay, wow. My bad. Anyway, I'm back. And I dropped my phone. Well, I think Gaster... I'm not totally opposed to Gaster is... like, we don't have a reason to think he's evil. You're correct. But I think him not existing on a physical level is kind of the point. Like, okay. Easter eggs or setup? I mean, it's setup for sure, but it doesn't mean he's evil. Oh yeah, okay, well, okay, fair enough. You know, antagonistic is what I meant. It doesn't seem like Gaster is... nothing Gaster done has been antagonistic. Like, Gaster quite literally encourages us to continue playing when we get a game over in Chapter 1, so, like, I don't really... Gaster is clearly in some kind of position of, like... Well, I don't know. I was gonna say he's in a position of power, but we don't actually really know that. If anything, he could be, like, desperate, stuck between realities. Literally 5. Like, I just think it could go either way. I'd say I would be a little surprised. I guess I'm, yeah, just middle of the road for this, because, like... I don't know. We just don't know. We really just don't know. But also, there's no reason to think he would be evil. I'm gonna give it a 4 because there's really no reason to think he would be antagonist. The Titans? I feel like the Titans are like the means to an end. I feel like the Angel will like use the Titans or something. I don't really feel like the Titans are like... The Titans are kind of just like a force of nature, the way I see them. So... They're not really antagonists. I'd be disappointed if it was just some big mindless monster was the antagonist. The Titans don't have to be that, but I don't know. I don't like that. The Knight is the main antagonist. I actually think it's very unlikely. I feel like... Well... I don't know, like, I feel like we're just gonna figure out who the Knight is, and we're gonna figure out their motives, and, like... I don't know. I mean, they're being set up like the antagonist. Like, both of the chapter antagonists are like, oh, I love the Knight. I love doing what the Knight says to do. So, like, I mean, that suggests that they're the antagonist of the whole game, but... I just feel like it seems too predictable at that point. To this... I don't know. I'd say I'm not surprised if they are. But... It's entirely... It's like, it's just... It's kind of a Gaster situation where we really just don't know. The Angel is the main antagonist. I think this is more likely, to be honest. I think this is more likely than either Gaster or the Knight or the Titans. I think the Angel is... Like, I don't know. To me, the Titans just feel like an extension of... Well, does that make sense that the Titans are like an extension of the Angel's power? Because normally the Angel comes from the sky, you know, like you think of angels, you think sky imagery, you think coming down from the heavens, and it is a little weird because the Titans rise from the earth, right? So like, I feel like we're gonna fight the Angel, but just I wonder if it's like I haven't really thought about this until right this moment. This is not like a pre-planned theory, but I almost wonder if it's a case of like the Titans rise from the earth and the Angel descends to stop the Titans, but in doing so, that would, like, destroy the Earth or something? I don't know. But then, that would maintain the roaring. So we might have to fight the Angel and the Titans, but they're both opposing forces? I really think they could go any direction. I mean, they're both just these, like, vague, omnipotent god characters, so, it's really hard to say. I would be into the Angel being the antagonist, though. I think there's lots of interesting things they could do with that. I think this sucks. I think the player is not canon. Or a big evil guy doing stuff. Okay. I mean, I'd say it very much is definitely Flowey. But sure. I don't know. I disagree with this analysis because I think Undertale absolutely has an antagonist. It has several, but whether or not Deltarune, I feel like Deltarune will. I don't know. I feel like Deltarune is setting up to, or sorry, this is the opposite. I feel like Deltarune is very set up to have a very deliberate conflict of interest between groups of people and forces of nature, and it is very much going to have people feel different ways about things. And a, you know, person trying to stop us that we fight with 3 party members in an RPG battle. So I think there's a way this could be pulled off, but I think there is one. Okay. Oh boy, another break reminder. That's not what I want to see. How much longer are we still going? Oh my god, are they gonna have me rate every character in the game as the knight? Asriel Knight. I don't know. Is this taken straight from Jaru's Knight video? This is the meat and potatoes? Oh boy. I might speedrun these. I don't care that much about Knight theories, honestly. I'm gonna speedrun these. I don't believe Papyrus Knight. I don't believe Alvin Knight at all. I think that's really stupid, actually. No, we're not over on Smog. Oh my god. No. Okay, I don't believe Chris Knight. I guess, okay, the only thing for Chris Knight I would say is that it was pre-planned with them plugging in the TV. And like slashing the tires and everything is weird, but I don't think Chris is the Knight. Glenn Fiddler's the Knight. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Knight is like a character, but I could totally see the Knight just being like an idea. Vessel Knight? What? No. The Vessel, no, I'm not even entertaining that. What do you mean Gaster Knight? Get out of here. Everyman? No! Okay, these are funny. Why? No. Why would the mayor ruin the town? She's the mayor. Death Knight? Why do they mention the leitmotif thing if that's not the case for Des? I can't say this is a 1, but it's like a 2. 3? I'll give it a 3. I wouldn't be disappointed. I don't know why Des would be the Knight, but I like that more than everything else. So, Rudy Knight, get out of here. This is entirely possible as well. I would not be surprised. Well, we don't know with Des. Gaster definitely cannot create a fountain. Des, we don't know that she's like lost in the code or trapped in a dark world or whatever. Like she could just be lost somewhere, but almost definitely not. Actually, yeah, now that you say that, okay. How? No. What? Susie? No. It could not be Susie. I mean, no. Because it couldn't be Susie for the same reason it couldn't be Chris because of the computer lab one. Noelle Knight? No. She doesn't know what... No. Okay. Asgore? Asgore is very much large. Birdly would be funny because we just kill that guy. It's not Asgore. What? How would this be a parallel? Just because she's important? Oh, because... No. Because it... No. 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 She... No. I can't give proper thoughts for some of these because they're just... Alphys? No. Get out of here. Dude. People... I don't think there is a single thing in the entire Undertale Deltarune continuity that is read into and overanalyzed more than Caddy being goth and liking satanic magic. It doesn't matter. She is goth. That is literally the joke. It's not real magic. I will absolutely die on this hill. Dude, this drives me insane. Okay. Dark Worlds aren't even explicitly magic. Okay, whatever. Miss Boom Knight? Okay, get out of here, dude. It's not Ralsei. I mean, is this one worth thinking about? No, he's a Darkner. Rules is a Darkner and is rules. Dude, why is Icy? Do they literally list every character? It's not Birdly. Kara? No. Do I need to... Yeah, I need to redo the music. It would be really bad. What do you mean? Frisk and Kara are not here. Get out. What is with people in the 7 human souls, dude? I know it's a meme, but... What do you think? I don't think Alvin's gonna be anything. Why do people think Alvin is important? Like, generally, like, okay, I don't need to be so don't need to be so accusatory and aggressive with that, but I don't get the Alvin obsession. He's in the church. I think the church will be a Dark World. I think we might see Alvin in the Dark World. Okay, he could have as an important a role as Birdly. Like, there's no reason to think. I don't know, I feel like the dialogue in the graveyard is like suspicious. It's just like a character moment. It's just like he's mourning Gerson. Like I don't feel like it has any dark implications really. Why do you say the thing with fiction and the hammer? Because it's Toby Fox talking about Undertale. That's how I read it. It's I don't know. It's just a character saying a thing. I didn't read any of that as his father who died, who is an author, wrote books and he is like, fiction is powerful. It's just the message of the game. Like, I think it relates to the ideas of fiction and escapism and Deltarune as a whole, but it doesn't mean he himself has to be an important character. Is it right? I guess the hammer line. I don't really know what the hammer line means, but I don't think he's using it to make dark fountains, I guess. I don't know. I think he has good dialogue. Is it right for the... Yeah. I mean, that could just be like... I don't know. Is it right for this hammer to be buried here? Like, I don't know why he would say that, or like to... I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you, but I don't think Knight is a good answer. I do not think Oberon Smog is a good answer. I know that's a different thing, but I just don't get... I don't know. I don't get him being the Knight. I could see him being somehow important or having some other role. I don't get the Knight. I feel like there's a leap in logic there. Knight is one of the 7 human souls. I mean, I guess it's possible the Knight could be a human. I don't know why specifically it being one of the specific 7 human souls from Undertale matters. I don't think it's likely. I don't know. I'm kind of just whatever on this one. I just don't think it will happen, but I guess I wouldn't care. Knife Knight. What? Some believe the knight is the knife Chris uses. When Queen talks about the knight making a fountain, she uses the knife and not the actual person. Maybe they go around... I don't... What? Huh? Knife and knight start with the same 3 letters. Okay, bro. Doesn't the knight have to have will? If it's not... This doesn't make any sense. You make a dark fountain through an expression of willpower. It would either be Chris is the knight or nothing. An object can't make a fountain. That doesn't make any sense. This might be the new worst theory. A fountain is an expression of willpower. What doesn't... Huh? This doesn't make any sense. Okay, multiple knight theories. Okay. Is this like... I don't think they're necessarily working together. I guess that's where I'm confused on this one. The ball of trash in Chris's pocket is the night. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing of making it. Yeah, like it's just. That's just the conduit. You have a lightener with determination, you have an object to stab the earth, and you have the earth from which the fountain is drawn. That doesn't mean the knife is the knight, that just means Chris is. Okay, whatever. Is this this is... Oh, I apparently watched half of this video. I don't know, maybe. Maybe. I'm very iffy on that. I don't really care. I mean, there's already technically multiple knights because I don't believe Chris is the knight. So I believe there's at least 2. But again, I don't think Chris making a fountain makes them the knight, but whatever. What characters do you think could be planning something together? Like who are the knight? None of these? I don't think it's Chris. I don't think it's Vessel. I don't think it's Papyrus. I don't think it's Owen. I don't think Gaster wants dark fountains. Okay, it might not be Gruberg. Regardless, my answer is the same. Nothing about Gaster implies he wants dark fountains to be made. He asks us if we want to continue in chapter 1, and if you say no, he says then the world will be covered in darkness. Like, if he wanted us to help him cover the world in darkness, that wouldn't be the game end state. So that doesn't make any sense. No. No. Oh, new characters on here. Okay. I think it's possible there are multiple knights, but I guess I don't think we know who any of them are. I don't know if Gaster explicitly wants balance. I was saying this earlier, people seem to associate Gaster with the prophecy, and I'm not exactly sure why, because I don't really feel like there's an explicit connection between them. Beyond him saying, like, you know, if you die, he says, will you persist? So he wants you to supposedly finish the game and probably seal the fountains. But yeah, I don't know. We don't know if he doesn't want to seal Castletown. I think we just don't know. Also, we don't know what happens if light overtakes dark, by the way. Which I feel like that will probably be addressed at some point. Like, what happens if Castletown also gets sealed? Like, does the light overpower and the world also ends the other way? Or, like, what? I know people think Gaster told Walsei about the prophecy, but I don't think there's really evidence for that. I'm not, like, fully opposed to it, but, like, I don't think saying there's no other answer means it's immediately Gaster. I feel like that's the Gaster fallacy of Undertale Deltarune theorizing. Like, there's no reason to think it's Gaster, as far as I'm aware. Beyond, I guess, the game over dialogue, but for me, that's not really enough. Anyway, I just think it's new character. Oh, you must select at least 2? Okay. Other new character. That's what I don't know. There might be multiple knights, but I don't think we know who they are. Oh, here we go. So anyone that creates a dark fountain is the knight of that world. Okay, yeah, we're talking about how a fountain changed them. I feel like this is just explaining that the will of the knight influences the dark world, but doesn't really have anything to do with there being multiple knights. But in the case of this, like, I don't like the use of the word knight here. I think anyone who creates a dark world has, you know, their will influences that world. So I think this is true. I just don't like that they call it a knight, because I think that makes it more confusing. Yeah, like, I feel like the balance aspect of it should be more relevant. People believe there will be a different fountain maker for every chapter. I think this is stupid. I think the Roaring Knight and the Strange Knight are the same person. But I don't know. I don't think this distinction is meant to separate them as two characters, at least. I think they could be two characters, but not because of this. I don't know. I think it's the same person, if I'm being completely honest. I wouldn't exactly... I kind of want the knight to be one person. I kind of want it to be the same person who made at least the first two fountains. I don't really get the point of separating that into two characters. Different knight for different routes? How would the knight retroactively become a different person after the weird route? I don't get this. This doesn't make any sense. Like, I guess someone will, like, claim the title of knight? I mean, I definitely don't think we're getting different Dark Worlds per route. I don't really get this one. I don't agree with it. I don't know. Which character do you think could have made the Grand Fountain? Yeah, see, this is where we run into trouble. Because I feel like I'm almost tempted to say that Gaster's the only good answer, except I don't think it can be Gaster because I feel like he's not physically in the world to stab the earth. Oh, new character is an option. Okay. I don't really think any current character makes sense to have made the Grand Fountain. What? Dude, every man is never gonna be plot relevant. Why is he on here? Miss Boom would be so funny. That, like, why is she here? Azrael, it could be Azrael. Is Azrael even on this list? Chris Festival Fires. Oh, I guess everybody does. Every new character says. Azrael isn't even on here. Okay. Miss Boom, Birdley refers to Miss Boom at the end of chapter 2. He's like, I'm late for my shift with Miss Boom. Who is supposedly Gerson Boom's wife, I guess. Well, Gerson's dead, but, you know, was his wife. I don't think she'll matter. I don't know. I'm just gonna say new character. Who do you think could have made the chapter 1? I think it's new character. I think it's new character. Which characters do you think will make a fountain? I do think it's very possible that Noelle will make a fountain. Wouldn't be Mrs. Boom? Maybe because she's widowed? I don't know. Or some people just go by Miss. Miss Boom might be a daughter? Well, if Birdley works for her, I guess they're old enough that they could be, like, grandparent age, so that's possible, but most people I've seen have assumed it's his wife, but I guess it could just as easily be a daughter if they wanted it to be. Dude, Vessel is not a character. Okay. I feel like Noelle is really the only... Chris could make another one. I don't think that's out of the question, I guess. I feel like Noelle to save her dad, or to become the angel, or whatever. Like, I feel like Noelle just, there's enough stuff going on that, like, it seems likely. And Chris literally is the only character who has on-screen made a fountain, so sure, they could probably do it again. What is the knight doing, though? What's the dog doing? The knight isn't manipulating the darkness specifically by entering dark worlds, but is... What? What? What is this saying? I don't understand. No, I don't want to. Hang on. I don't know what this means. I don't. What do you mean? I don't understand. I genuinely don't know what the fuck this is saying. By moving the objects in the light world, you can affect the location. But why would the? But the knight isn't. Oh. Oh, I get it. Okay. But how... I'm confused how you would, like, effectively do that. Like, would you have to, like, turn the Dark World on and off? Like, how do they move around the room? I guess if they just know everything ahead of time, of, like, that the king cards would be important and trap them. Okay, I'm actually into this idea. I think it makes sense. I mean, it's the same way Chris, like, turned on the TV, which is what they say. Okay, this makes sense. My bad. I was just really confused at the wording, but that makes sense. Yeah, I guess you would, like, prepare the room for the Dark World before making the fountain. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. They should have said it like that. The knight was hiding in the computer lab closet. I think this is fairly likely. I think this is very likely, actually. I think, because I don't want Chris to be knight. I don't think it makes sense that Chris is knight, so it makes sense that Birdley and Noelle would have walked into the computer lab, the fountain would have been made, and then the knight would have taken their leave. The only weird thing is leaving Dark Worlds. Like, because to get out of Card Castle and Cyberworld, we have to seal the fountain. There's no other way out. But to get out of Castletown, we can just go to the little beam of light and fly back up into the light world. And we've seen that it takes some amount of time to make the Dark World. So, like, I wonder if it's possible that the knight could have stabbed, you know, whatever fountain making device of their preference into the ground. The fountain could have started spewing out of the closet, and they would have just, like, left in the confusion, like, in the fog, before the Dark World, like, fully formed. Well, Rousey's a whole other story, but I don't think the knight is Rousey. I mean, I guess that's true. We know there are beings that have the power to travel between Dark Worlds, so maybe they can just, you know, take themselves out of a Dark World without the fountain being sealed. But yeah, okay, interesting. The casual wording on this is very funny, cause the roaring. That could mean they want the roaring. They do want the roaring. I mean, the meme called the roaring, yeah, I think it's probably what they're trying to do. I think that makes sense. Because they want friends. So, I mean, the argument against them trying to cause the roaring is, why do they make one fountain a day? And why don't they just go around springing up fountains everywhere if they just want to cause the roaring? But I feel like there might be some limit to making Dark Worlds that we don't know about. Like, maybe determination is, like, consumed. Because, like, the thing with the save points in Undertale is, like, you are filled with determination. It's not that, like, you know, you're not reminded that you are always filled with determination. You have to, like, it kind of makes it sound like you have to, like, refill determination. Like, you need a save point to be filled with determination to save in Undertale. So, if a fountain is made using determination, like, maybe there's kind of like a cooldown, basically? Or, like, I don't even know if maybe you can make them, like, specific places, even? I'm not sure. I don't know about that, but I feel like there is, like, a limit to just, like, I don't think you can just, like, stab the ground constantly and make fountains. So I do think they want to cause the roaring. I don't think it's because they just want friends. I feel like this would be a really anticlimactic, like, I don't know. I get that Undertale's, like, power of friendship, but, like, you know, not to, it'd be kind of lame. It'd be kind of dumb. The knight needs special charge of, yeah. Yeah, that'd be lame. The knight thing, no, I don't like the it's canon that it's a game stuff. I'm never gonna be into that. For a misguided reason. They think what they're doing is actually good. That's very possible. Especially if it's, like, someone trying to find deaths, or, like, I don't know. I mean, Queen didn't know about the roaring, so maybe other people didn't. I think that's totally possible. I would not be surprised. I think the roaring is more likely than not the roaring. I guess I wouldn't really be disappointed if it's some other reason, but yeah. The knight will never be... no, this okay. The knight never being revealed would not make it this game's Gaster, because the major characters of Undertale do not go around mentioning Gaster. I think the knight should be revealed. I think the knight should definitely be revealed. I think it would be disappointing. In which chapter is the knight revealed? Yeah, true. Gaster is literally just this game. Well, arguably Gaster isn't this game's Gaster, because even Gaster is more important in Deltarune, and I think, you know, Undertale Gaster not actually mattering to anything. Like, I do think Deltarune Gaster will matter, whereas in Undertale, like, he doesn't, the plot is not affected in any way. You know, it's just like a lore thing. So, like 6, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like 7, I feel like we gotta know who the knight is by 6 at least. Okay, we're through the knight stuff, I think. Okay, oh, that's a long scroll bar. Okay, I'm gonna start speedrunning through these a little bit more. I think there's definitely a second voice in the opening. Yes, I do not think it's Gaster who makes us go into Chris. No. I definitely do not think it's Des. Wow, okay. I think there's no way it's Des. Why would it be Des? I guess because it's like another person like trapped like outside of reality. I guess, okay. I don't really have a good reason to think it's not Des. I don't really get it. Des being alone and scared? Fuck you, no one can choose who they are in this world. Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Second voice is Kara? No, I know about the Japanese. No, it's not. No. What? No, how would it be? What? Why? No, huh? What is with the summoning the player as a demon thing? That's so dumb. I think I'm so not into that. That makes no sense. Second voice is the knight. Okay. That's possible. I've never considered this before in my life, actually. Like 6? I don't know. I don't really think it is, but like maybe, I don't know. Second voice is the angel. Your mind is rotting? Yeah, I mean, that's what we're here for. Second voice is the angel. Oh, no. I don't feel like the angel would, no, I don't think so. It's definitely not Azrael. What are you talking about? Could you from a different scene? True. Right, we did Sans' Nest. That was like 2 hours ago. With them doing the goofy one so early on made me think we were like did not have so much more ahead of us. Maybe, I don't know. That's so hyper specific. What? Who knows? It's not Mike. Oh my god. Okay. No, it's not Imogen. What are you talking about? Okay. Yeah, it's probably someone new. Oh my god. Why is that at the bottom? What do you mean, Mike? What do you mean, Mike? No, Mike is not that important. Okay, whatever, dude. The characters' names you could get a reaction from are characters who will enter a dark world. Well, the other characters get a separate reaction or characters who will make... What? That's way too specific. I think it's just important characters. I don't think it's deeper than that. The vessel... True. I think the vessel is not fully discarded. I would like to see it come back at some point. I think it's very likely it will, considering it saves the player name. It clearly didn't delete everything from the Gaster survey, so why would it delete that? It's Icy. Icy is the second voice, yeah. I don't think that will happen, actually. No, it's not the vessel. Did people... I had no idea people cared this much about the vessel until today. Second voice made this survey, yeah. I don't actually, yeah, I'm gonna say I don't care much because we don't know anything. I mean, I know as much as anyone else. Papyrus is the... No, he's not the Eggman. What? I don't think it's Gaster. This is debatable, I guess, but I really don't think it's Gaster. I do not think it would be so like nonchalant just like having him in the game like that. I don't know. I don't really think there's a Gaster connection to the Eggman, to be honest. Temmie's literally not a man. Okay, whatever. Like what do you mean? Temmie is a Temmie based on the female artist. She's not a man. The Eggman, the man behind the tree who gives you the eggs is the man. Okay, whatever. It is not anything. It is not. What do you mean we see them in a tree? What? The Eggman is behind the tree. The smile isn't. It's awful. No, it's. I don't think this matters at all. It's not Mike. It's not Mike. It's not Mike. No, I'm not gonna. I was gonna write something. We are reaching Glenn Fiddler levels. Yeah. Every man is the man. This sounds so insane. Like I hate that I know what this means, but no. Every man I think is Glenn Fiddler. I think every man is the Glenn Fiddler of Deltarune. Like it's just a character who has suspiciously very slightly more content than anyone else. Didn't I call someone else Glenn Fiddler? Whatever. I don't care. It'd be stupid. The man is just a man. Yeah. Yeah, actually. Believe it or not. They put the most like logical conclusion at the very bottom of all of these. Okay. How much do you care? No. Okay. Secret boss theories. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, okay. Sean will be a secret boss. I actually do think that's very likely. We're gonna give Sean all the shadow crystals, and then they'll be like, oh ho ho, I have all the shadow crystals. What do you mean the man? I just think man is a man. Like, I don't know. It's the Easter egg man. What are you asking me what I mean? Or are you asking the I know, like, I don't know. I get what they mean. They're just saying it's a unique character that isn't related to something else. But yeah, it sounds funny. Like just, I think it's just the Easter egg guy. I don't know. That's, I don't think it's Gaster sitting behind a tree. I'll tell you that much. It could be someone else, but I don't know. Ralsei, no. What? That wouldn't be a secret. Why would he be a secret boss? I feel like Ralsei is way too important to have like a secret, no. What? Yeah, bad and confusing. That makes no sense. Why would a major character be a secret boss? Literally a main character of the game. I don't think he's a boss, period. Are you kidding me, dude? You think the booby dragon in the drawer is going to be, no, that's not going to be a boss. What do you mean knockoff control will be a secret boss? Dude, I'm, okay. I think Garbage Flowers is likely, but also very predictable, so I'm not going to give it a full 10. It's so predictable. I just think it's too predictable. I don't know. Woody Theory! We finally got to the thumbnail. Okay. I'm gonna give this one its due just because we've been hyping it up. The secret boss in Chapter 3 will be a reference to Toy Story, a cowboy from a canceled Western. Western is, I know what a Western is. Yes, they've gotten less popular over time, it's been forgotten. A canceled show in a less popular genre falls in line with the secret boss as being forgotten, and is related to television. This idea came from a newsletter. Toby said the whole cowboy section could get canceled, and, well, that's how cowboy shows, I guess. This is exactly what happened in Toy Story 2. You compare something in Deltarune concept art to something in Toy Story, at the Queen's Mansion, and there exists a photo of... This is the most insane... Yes, guys, lore evidence. There's a real picture of Toby Fox next to what's his name? I forgot his name. Woody Toy Story. Oh my god. Wait, what? Pregnant Bee? I don't know what Pregnant Bee is. Okay. Who has the friend inside them? Chris has the soul. So I'll be completely honest with you. It's awful, but it would be really funny. I think this is the best thing I can give it. I don't think it's happening. I don't know what will happen, but we'll see. Secret boss will be a radio host? This is just a random, like, shot in the dark prediction. This, like, is not a theory. Microphone. It's just not a theory. I don't care. It's not a theory. It's just a random guess. Apple Girlington? What? Wait, what? Toby Fox improvisation music recording. He mentions a made-up character called Apple Girlington. What? No. What? No. Static secret boss. The weird... You think it will literally be static? This seems really stupid and not good. It will not be Gaster. Friend inside me is just Spamton. What? Weird toy-like guy that made it big once then fell off. I guess that's possible. I don't know, man. I don't care. I really don't care. 7 deadly sins? How is Jevil Pride? What? Why are you talking about Toy Story and Deltarune? I'm doing a big Deltarune survey that some fans made where you just rate a bunch of theories made by the community, and we're at the complete, like, brain rotten crack theory part of it where people are just making stuff up. And people think, for a variety of reasons, that you can read, right, where is it? How far away was it? Oh my god. Woody Theory. There's a video by Spooky Dude called Woody Theory. You can look it up. It's, yeah, it's something. Sorry, where was I? Literally, how is Jevil Pride? I feel like Jevil is not prideful at all. Like, I can do anything? I just don't... I just feel like if you want to do Pride, you wouldn't do it. Like, he just doesn't care. Like, he's what's the word? Is it still nihilism when you think nothing matters but you're happy about it? I don't know, like, I don't feel like he's proud of anything. I don't really get it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it would be 7 deadly sins. Who cares, dude? Like, who cares? I don't... Whatever. Soul colors, I don't care about the order of the soul colors. What? Isn't it just rainbow? Oh, I guess it's not. It's almost rainbow. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about soul color. Who cares about the order of soul colors? What? The flower order in the spring 2024 newsletter? You people are insane. I don't care about soul color. Why does anyone care about this? What does it matter? I don't care about soul color order. What? Okay. I don't care. Okay. Oh my goodness. There's a whole hyperlink blocked section? Oh my god. I think it's nothing special. I'm just gonna vote no on everything else. I don't care. I don't care. I've listened to these, like, I've heard the video. I know people think hyperlink blocked, like, there's a stand-in, like, word that, like, it matters, but, like, I don't care. I've watched all the videos, so I know. Okay, shadow crystals. Okay. Shadow crystals show the future. No, because why was Susie mad at Chris? I don't think that makes sense. They show the past. Maybe. That kind of makes sense. No, this is stupid. Previous... that requires you to believe in time loop theory, which I don't want. I'm kinda... I've heard this one. I'm more on board with this one. Because of the Chris being able to see through their hand thing. I don't know if it quite makes sense with the Susie thing, but we'll see. Wait, what? Why does the viewer of the crystal versus Chris matter? Why would it be specific to Chris? What? No, that's dumb. Why would it... What? Ralsei has a shadow crystal? That requires you to believe in... They show the future theory, which I don't believe in. Sham... If he had a shadow crystal, I don't think we'd be collecting them for him. So, no. I think we're gonna, like, give them to him and that will, like, trigger the fight. And then they would be worthless after that. Gaster... Well, I mean, yeah. Gaster interacting with the secret bosses is not an out there theory. We touched on that earlier. That's actually has some grounding. Why would... No. They literally don't have it... I feel like people need to use the inventory as evidence more often. We don't have a shard of glass, and then we get a shard of glass. Like, we get a shadow crystal. We literally go from not having it to having it. How could they have already had it? I don't get these. You didn't know it was a thing? It's much more strongly implied with Spamton, that the person he was talking to on the phone that made him successful was Gaster, by the, like, Addison NPCs that appear after he dies. Jevel, it's vaguely implied with a darker yet darker line from Sean, but yeah. This who I never thought they went crazy because of the shadow crystals. What? Yeah, I think it's the man. I had no idea shadow crystals making them insane was a theory. Does anyone think that? I care a little bit about this. I'll give it a 3. Okay, undercaster. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, I think that's possible, but I currently don't care. Made Deltarune? I think he connects us to Deltarune. I don't think he made Deltarune. He made the Dark World. I know the night makes the Dark Worlds exist. Yeah. I don't know. Gaster discovered the Dark Worlds? Maybe. Maybe. I do think entry 17 is suspicious in that case. Gaster fanboy? What? Oh, he's like a... No, that's kind of cringe. I don't like that. I don't like that idea. I've heard that kind of before. I do think... yes. I don't think it's a timeline. I think it's more of a parallel world, but I have to imagine there's some connection between Deltarune and Undertale. I absolutely do think there's something going on. Nope. Absolutely not. This is the worst one ever. I wonder if it was a sequel... What? It's an AU and a sequel? What's the point? That's just an AU. Oh, like a different Undertale timeline. Maybe. Maybe. Here we go. Gee, why was this not close to the Sans being a Darkner one? Oh, hey, hi, Sunny. Welcome. I'm going a little bit insane from some of these insane... I just said insane twice. Crackpot Deltarune theories. Losing my mind a little bit, but we're having a good time. I think this is possible. I'll be honest. I think this is possible. I kind of... I don't know. I would be still a little surprised if it was confirmed. I think it's possible. I don't necessarily think it's really likely that it's going to be explicitly revealed, but I think it's possible. I don't know. I think Papyrus makes a lot less sense. Oh, we're well past Papyrus is the night, but yeah. Magic does not exist in Lightworld. I think that is true. I think that is very heavily implied. Monsters can bleed. I brought this up way earlier, I think back when we were still actually playing Splatoon. It's confusing, but I think maybe. I wouldn't care until it matters, I guess. Monsters don't turn to dust theory. Well, they mention that we do have graves. Yeah, okay, they talk about the graves. Yeah, Temmie being the Eggman is probably the worst one yet, considering literally think about that sentence for 1 second. Background, you play Golden Rotation Salmon? Yeah, that's fair. That sounds like a better use of your time than just watching the stream, probably. I do think the graveyard lends credence to the idea that they don't turn to dust, although the objects are still buried, so it could just be that the dust is imbued on the object and then it's buried, which we don't technically know isn't the case in Undertale. We just know they just talk about the object, but I don't think they really talk about what they do with the object. So I like, it could really go either way. I don't know. A dark world does exist. No, I talked about this earlier. I think you literally create the history of the fountain when you create the fountain, but they didn't actually exist previously, like back in time. I explained that earlier. It's a little confusing, but yeah. Too committed, you have to see to the end. Yeah. Wait, what? A dark world does exist. Oh, a dark world does not exist. So yes, I am on this team. Yeah, okay. What's my main? Oh, mostly I just play vanilla. Well, I'd say right now it's actually 96 Gal Deco. I played a lot of just vanilla Splattershot. And I would definitely call that my main for a while, but I've been playing more 96 Gal Deco more than anything else lately because I really want to get Gold Kraken badge. So I'd say that at this point. This might just be actual purgatory. It's just an endless Google form that's always constantly being updated. Hometown stopped using magic because of Chris? What? No, why would an entire town... No, what? Humans are trapped in the underground in Deltarune. No, that feels really... No, that'd be weird. Oh, there's an ad that says monsters for humans. I guess that maybe suggests that it is possible to be half human, half monster. I don't like that this is the way that we found that out. I think humans, yeah, the fact that they're giant human movies and other, I think humans are definitely above ground. So yeah, that's such a weird thing. Dapple Dooley since Splatoon 2 released, which is before you realized you're trans. Wow. Dapple Dooley maining transcends gender, apparently. Survey feels like fading in and out of consciousness. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't mean that's true. It doesn't mean they can reproduce. Deltarune is a world where Kara doesn't exist. I mean, I think there's... I guess the precedent that Kara doesn't existing makes everything in Deltarune happen is very stupid. But I think, yeah, they don't... Like, they don't exist, but that's not why Deltarune happens. Okay. Breakable, I don't like time loop. I don't like, you know, doomed time loop or breakable time loop. I just don't like time loop, personally. I don't like time loop. Okay. At least these are easy to rate because I'm just not into this. I was going a lot slower. Hey, device theory. Shout out Molly Stars. Good actual video and theory. Wow. Okay, cool. Creators deeper analysis. Device theory is 3 parts to analyze, blah, 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 blah. Part 3. Okay. Oh, this is just Molly Star's analysis? Yeah. Yes, I just consider that a part of device theory, to be honest. But yeah. Device theory in a sea of rotting crackpots, yeah. Yes, I have watched it. Well, they're just like a checking, like, are you actually do you actually know what you're talking about? This survey is a doomed time loop. True. Oh my god. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Oh my god, angel theories. Okay, we're still going. Azrael Angel? No, I don't think so, personally. Him being the angel again would be kind of lame. I think it should have something to do with Noel. I don't think it literally has to be Noel, because that feels a little too obvious maybe for them to have revealed that in chapter 2, but yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I wouldn't... It's not so much leaks of third kits, just data mines that might suggest third kits. I'm on some third kit copium. Yeah, I think it's possible, but we'll find out. I think that that tournament, there's like a tournament series in Japan that ends, I think, in 20 days from now, so they might announce it there. That's what I'm hoping for. Gaster is the angel. No. What? I mean, no. Huh? Noel Angel, I think, is, yeah. I mean, there's so much... Noelle is literally called the angel or alludes to angels, or people compare her to angels constantly, so I feel like it almost feels too obvious to the point that I don't think she will be, but I think it's possible that she like basically is, so I'm just gonna go with that. No, I don't think Des is angel. I don't like player being canon. The angel is the angel. They aren't some... Yes, why, they always do this, where they list all of the crack theories in a row, then they're just like, maybe the character is actually just the character. The actual, like, normal human response to reading a story, wow, is always at the last option. Oh my god. Why would there be multiple angels? Oh, because how multiple things can fulfill the prophecy of what the angel is? I mean, yes, but the prophecy is different this time and is, like... There isn't anything about, like, seeing the surface, so I don't really see the point of it. Okay, I don't care as much about these ones. Third entity... They're all awful. They're all awful. Third entity sucks. Third entity is not anyone. I don't believe the third entity exists. Okay, this will be easy. At least I can just kind of reach out while looking at this. Yeah, Splatoon 2, I believe the Kensa collection was announced in a direct, but Sheldon's picks were announced at PAX. So it's entirely, you know, there is a precedent for third kits getting announced at a tournament. So yeah. What is the third entity? Does it explain it? It's basically the idea that there's something else. So like Chris is their own character, the player / the soul is controlling Chris, but then there's some third other thing that's controlling Chris when the soul is taken out, which is why they make a dark fountain even after Snowgrave. But it feels so stupid and contrived to have like another thing controlling them. I'm so against it. Which I think most people are not into it, but a lot of people have their own ideas. Yeah, it's... I don't know. What? Some believe that Frisk's soul was put into Chris after the end of genocide, and that Frisk's soul... What? No! Huh? Okay, these are so insane. I will refrain from saying anything rude. Oh my goodness. Did we not do death theories yet? We've done enough of them, haven't we? Oh my god. Yeah, Frisk and Car are here way too much for being Deltarune. Okay, yes, Des is December. Okay, what? It's crazy that we go from, like, the most insane stuff in the world to, like, literally just, like, if this is not canon, this is stupid. I know everything about them, and they're making me go crazy too, Sonny, so I think that's just how they are. I do think Des is the voice in the code. I am very much a defender of that. Why would Des be a human? What? I get what they're going for with this, but no. I think Des should just be a reindeer. Or a monster, I guess. Asgore had a hand in Des's appearance. I think that's literally just objectively true. I actually, no, it's not. I guess it's just a very common assumption that everyone makes. But I fully agree with it. Yeah. Well, they were saying it would make them closer with the Dreamer family because they both have one human, but I don't know. Proven that you're an immortal deity that can type infinite surveys. We're getting through it eventually. I don't think she's lost in a dark world. I think it's something different than that. I think it's like a darker than dark, like in between reality. I don't think it's like a normal dark world. So if it was just a normal dark world, I guess I'd say it'd be disappointing. Des is lost in the bunker. Wait, what? What? Noelle gaslights herself into thinking she didn't kill a person? Why does that have to happen? Couldn't she just have a traumatic experience? Like, I'm into the idea that Noelle was there in the bunker and, like, she's had this thing where, you know, whenever she has traumatic experiences, she tends to just, like, black them out for the sake of her own mental health. But why does she have to kill a person? Why does that have to be a part of the theory? I don't think she has to kill people to have traumatic experiences. Oh, just him. No one even said she was crying. Yeah, I lost in the bunker, kind of. I don't like lost in something in the bunker, I guess, is kind of my idea. Procedurally generated form, that's what it feels like. Des only went, yeah, I don't think she's dead. Wait, this is implying Gaster is dead? The survey is mining Bitcoin. I don't think Des is dead, and I definitely don't think Gaster is dead, so I don't know why they're saying that. Des got killed by Noelle? What do you mean it wouldn't be too out of character? She likes horror movies, so killing her sister wouldn't be too out of character. What are you talking about? Okay, what? Dude, come on. Gaster is his real name, but we don't know what he looks like. There's a sprite that's commonly associated with him that is technically not confirmed to be him, and he has not appeared visually in Deltarune at all, but he is strongly implied to be like a certain character that we just haven't like seen. So he is Gaster though. Des was killed by Chris? No, why? I don't think... Why does everyone want, like, dead children? I know Undertale had dead children, and these games tend to do this, but I don't think so. That's what you're trying... Okay, yeah. It's just... Yeah, it's just... Do you think every character is actually secretly a different character? Or that every character killed another character, and they're... I do not think Des and Gaster are working... I read Des and Gaster working together, and my mind just pictured Shadow next to Gerald Robotnik. I don't know why, but there you go. I don't care. Oh my goodness. What do you mean outside game content? Oh, for, like, newsletters and stuff. I thought you meant, like, theories about, like, not the game. Okay. Tenna is the name of the next main boss. I think that is almost definitely true from what we know. Tenna, I don't think it's a secret boss. I'm pretty sure it's the main boss. I do not think Mike matters. Mike is not a boss. No. Oh my god, I hate Mike stuff. How could Mike be a disembodied face? Okay. You're asked constantly if your name is an Amori reference. Oh, rip. Okay, I like Amori, but I would not assume that. Yeah, I would not assume that the name Sunny is an Amori reference. I didn't even. I named Sunny something else in my playthrough, so I always forget that the character is even named Sunny canonically. Des scared alone in the code. I am Wing Des, the royal programmer. Oh my goodness. Mike is not anyone. It's just Gaster. Why is it Gaster? They're saying Gaster pretended to be Mike? No. Why? What do you mean, Mike? This is the most, like, actually batshit insane one, by the way. I know this is the second time this has come up. Deltarune fans, when they see a smile in other media, they think it's the Cheshire Cat. It's just a creepy smile. I don't get it. Okay. Mike Lucky Cat. Valentine's letter is Gaster. Okay. This is actually debatable. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care really that much, to be honest. I don't have much to say. The style of speaking is kind of like Gaster, but also kind of not like Gaster. And also, he talks about, like, Deltarune, like it's a physical thing, which, like, I don't know if that's what we connected to. The music stopped, so I have to loop the video again. I guess I could just right-click loop. There we go. I don't care that much. The man, I don't think it's the man. The man hasn't spoken, so I don't know how we're supposed to compare this. Yeah, from a chapter 3 character we don't know seems kind of the most likely, probably. Next, I don't think it's the next secret boss. They know what Deltarune is. I don't think it's a boss. He drowned himself before the wave even so. Yeah, that will happen with the roller. The letter is the second voice. I would not be surprised to see that on here. I don't think it's Tenna. Well, okay, whatever. I don't really care about this. It's not Mike, dude. Nothing is Mike. It's never Mike. How would it be? What do you mean the letter is from Image Friend? Why do people treat Image Friend like a character? Like, I'm insane? Am I insane? I say I am insane. Am I insane for thinking that, like, this is a creepy Easter egg sprite that appears in one room that looks like Spamton? Why do people think it's its own character? I just don't get it. Please tell me I'm more than halfway. We're halfway through this page where we've been through a lot more. I don't know. The Valentine's letter is from ocean.ott. Oh my goodness. What? No, Hascore it's not hinting. Oh my goodness. Ice Palace? Okay, Spamton Sweepstakes, there was an Ice Palace with the maze. These colors are associated with ice, really. This must mean something. It could mean that Noelle has ice magic and not mean anything about... Wait, it's definitely not chapter... What do you mean chapter 3? Noelle isn't in chapter 3. Okay, whatever. The song Megalovania will be in Deltarune? Why does this matter? Probably not. Probably, actually, yes, but as a joke. I don't care. I think it will show up as a joke, like Toby Fox running you over and doing the Undertale game over. Jamming every character and buzzword together every possible way. Yeah, literally. So someone brought this up earlier. I didn't know about this before today, but apparently there's some connections. I don't care. It sounds like it might happen. It's a song. It could be any other song. It would not change my opinion of the story. Nightmare Night? Why would, if it's from, what is Cucumber Quest? I don't know why it would, but I don't care. No, this actually annoys me. This actually actively annoys me. I feel like people act like Toby Fox can't make anything else without it being like some kind of subtle Deltarune thing. I love Skies Forever Blue. It's a really cool song. It's a really cool video. It's just this like cute and sad, heartfelt animation and project that Toby Fox wanted to make, and it is not Deltarune lore. It is just its own thing. Just let it be its own thing. I'm not planning to go back to Splatoon, Sonny. Sorry. I want the stream to be like half and half Splatoon and this, and Splatoon took 1 hour and this has taken almost 4. So I'm probably gonna call it after we're done. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay. No, this is not anything. I don't care about any of these. Okay. Don't Forget theories. Don't Forget is sung by Des? Maybe. I mean, it's actually sung by Laura Shigahara, but, yeah, it could be. I'm not opposed. Not surprised, I guess. I don't think Gaster sounds like Laura, so I know it doesn't literally have to be a woman singing it, but, I don't think it's Gaster. From Chris's perspective, I don't think so. Rouse, actually, pretty likely. I actually think that's extremely likely that it could be Rouse. I do not think it's Asriel. Okay, he's sung in the choir. Did they mention that? They actually don't mention that Asriel actually canonically sings. That's surprising. There's more evidence for this than they are even suggesting. I don't think it's Asriel though. The singer is also it does not sound like something Susie would sing. Kara is not in the game. Yes, I also think it's ambiguous or it's Rouse, probably would be my guess. I care a little bit. It's kind of neat. Okay. Oh my god. Ending theories. How about we end this off with some theories to the... Okay. This might be the last page, guys. Sung by Frisk, yeah. Why they only had Kara and not Frisk? Neither of those make sense, but you think you'd have both if you had one. If you're interested in Alvanite, go to the pit and ask. That sounds horrifying. That feels like actually like speaking an incantation to summon a demon. There will only be one ending. Yes, technically, there will only be one ending. Toby Fox has literally said that. There will be multiple endings. I think no. I think it will be one ending. Like it will just. We'll probably get into it. No, this is the weirdest opinion. What? Weirdwot will give you. Why would Weirdwot give you the real ending? Why would the real ending be, you know, messing everything up and like breaking the game? The survey should have ended theories hours ago. Yeah. I don't think the real ending will be hidden behind weird. I know people talk about all of these. I don't think there's gonna be a true ending. Like if there's if it's already making a big deal about there being one ending, there's not gonna be a true ending. Like if your choices don't, I don't know. 7 chapters with multiple endings would be outrageous. Yeah. No, you'd not be able to do that with a team size of this. Please take care of your mental health. I'm good. I mean, this is funny. Some of them confuse me greatly, but it is funny, and I'm having a good time. But yes, it is a bit brain numbing. The true ending is the middle of the game? That is not what that means. He says there are more people interpreted there are more important things than reaching the end as the most important thing is to reach the middle. That is the funniest way you could read that line. What do you, dude? Yes, we're supposed to find things in the game. That doesn't mean the ending isn't the ending. What? Okay, what are you talking about? Okay, whatever. Okay. Questions about me? Fine. You know what? Sure, we'll give them this. We'll give them this. How much are you into Deltarune theories? I would probably say the max. Did anyone specific get you into Deltarune theories? Probably Andrew Cunningham is what I would put. Not the first Deltarune person I ever watched, but like first videos that like really made me go like, oh shit, like, yeah. Any other? Shout out to Halfbread. I don't know. I like a few. Here, Molly Stars is cool. I don't know about spacing and whatever, but you know who it is. Who are other people? I'm shouting this out, I feel like more for, I don't know like where this survey answer is going, but I can at least shout them out for you guys if you guys probably all know. Not the person who made this survey, yeah. Who else do I watch? Oh, Stuffed Alpaca. I mentioned them. What's that one guy? Who's the blue guy? Oh yeah, I like Jaru. I have to look up like 7. This guy is pretty new. Cami Boyji, right? Okay. I liked their. I wasn't totally on board with their night theory, but I liked the vibes, and I liked. They did like a Q&A. That was cool. These are the main people. Andrew, these people. I feel like I'm forgetting someone, but whatever. I probably watch. Who's the one guy who does like Fatal Gang stuff with Andrew and Molly? Starts with a V. Oh no. I don't know why I'm blanking on everyone's names. They did a community post recently, I think. I'm looking through my like sub feed. I thought they did. Oh my god, it's so far back. If anyone knows, let me know, but I'll find it soon. They don't upload super often. There we go. Yeah, I'm not totally sure how to pronounce that, so I'm just gonna type it. Okay. Yeah, okay. Whatever. That's most of the people I watched consistently, I think. If you're more into theories, when did you get invested in? After chapter 2 was really when I got like crazy brain rotted into it. I like Undertale, I have always had a certain amount of brain rot, but Deltarune it took till chapter 2 for it to like really hit me. So I'd say around then. How confident are you in what you believe in? I mean, most of my strong opinions are just saying all this stupid bullshit won't happen. And the most obvious, like, you know, actually predictable things will happen. So I guess I'm confident. What's your favorite Deltarune theory? I guess device theory. The main thing is, like, I like just analysis more than theories, but device theory is, like, 10 hours of analysis and then, like, 30 minutes of a theory. So, Temmie is the man. Oh, okay. What was the one I said was worse, though? Okay, I mean, but even if Temmie is the man might be... Temmie is the man might have to go there. Any specific theories you used to believe back when only chapter 1 was out? I guess... Hang on. I was trying to figure out how to word this. Chris being the same person / someone related. I was only, I mean, cause everyone thought this, right? Like, literally, Chris pulls out a knife and has glowing red eyes at the end of the game. Like, you know, it seemed like that's what they wanted you to think. So I admittedly did, you know. During this period, not really. I wouldn't say there's theories I like believed in and then stopped believing in. How much do you consider part of the fan base? I'm not all the way in deep. I'm like a 5, maybe. I'd say 4 or 5. I'll leave it at 5. I'm not like drawing fan art every day and like making videos, you know, I just consume a lot of it. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, that's an option. I guess just theories. I see some fan art. Actually, fan music. I follow like at least one artist. Well, videos. True, videos. Yeah. Okay. That's an option. They could have just said, you know, fan art, but sure. I've only played Undertale Yellow. I never played a single other fan mod. I don't like fan fiction, so I'd leave it there. Undertale. Yeah. Which is better? Oh wow, okay. I still think Undertale is better, but just because it's complete. Deltarune, maybe. Undertale, I don't know. Undertale is a specific vibe that it really appeals to me that Deltarune has still failed to capture, which just the loneliness in Undertale. I just think walking to like waterfall, especially just like I don't know. It's almost a similar, not like really, but like I grew up with Mario Galaxy, so just kind of having this vibe of like, you know, you're going down this like linear path, but there's just kind of this endless like expanse in the background, and just sort of like, you know, it's like fun, like jokes and humor and like, you know, cheery stuff, but then there's this like dark undertone to everything. I don't know, like Undertale still just hits for me in a way Deltarune doesn't, and Deltarune might in later chapters, so that may change, but yeah, Deltarune for me still, or sorry, Undertale easily for me is still better. Chapter 2 I think is like 30 times better than chapter 1. I did not even vibe with chapter 1 that much. Like I didn't dislike it, but like coming off of Undertale, chapter 1 for me was like, I think it's okay. I didn't and still don't love to this day King as a character. I know he's kind of supposed to be the subversion to the, you know, the Undertale idea of like, oh, everyone can be a friend through mercy, but like, I feel like in doing that, they just made him a generic character. Like, that's what I like about Undertale's characters, is that they have depth and can be spared. So, I just don't really love King. And I just think, visually, I don't love the way the Card Kingdom looks. Like, Cyberworld is just so much more visually appealing to me. Yeah, nothing will ever be Undertale again. Like, even if Deltarune is as good or better, it will be its own distinct thing, and I still might prefer Undertale. Who's your favorite Deltarune character? I've never really thought about this before. Like, I gotta just come up with something to finish this survey, dude. I don't want to say I'm like most intrigued by Chris, but Chris hasn't really proven themselves to be the best one yet. I like Susie a lot. I really like Susie in chapter 2, despite all of her growth happening in chapter 1. I like Susie a lot in chapter 2. I'll go Susie. Favorite Undertale character? Oh, it's, what am I doing? It's Flowey. It's obviously Flowey. I don't know why. I was thinking like, is it too basic to pick Sans? But it's Flowey anyway, so whatever. It's easily Flowey. John Deltarune and James Undertale. Yeah. I'd actually say meta. I was gonna say characters. The characters are amazing, but it's really the meta narrative that's kept me like I love Undertale's story. But I don't think I would still be like thinking about it if it wasn't for all of like the meta aspect of it and like what it says about games and the way we interact with games. So it's that for me. Art would be funny. I mean, Deltarune art is charming and I like it for what it is, but being your favorite part of the game is interesting. They changed Undyne from a cool lesbian to a cop. Yeah. Well, maybe that's the start of her character arc. We'll see where she ends up by the end. I did not come from a video. Why is it I don't remember? What? I remember that I did not watch your video. That's not an option. What? Oh, I'm blind. I'm literally blind. Okay. The order was weird. My bad. Yeah, sure. I saw it in Andrew Cunningham's stream. I just copied his stream idea of playing a different game and then doing this survey. Any forgotten gems? What forgotten gems? Theories? I don't have anything. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, thank you to all these people. Yep, submit. Boom. We're free. We're free. You remembered enough. Yeah, oh my god, we do not need more theories. You did watch it, but you killed someone, so it was too traumatic and you forgot, right? Okay. Well, thank you guys for sticking with me. I did not think this would take that long. Andrew Cunningham and Molly Stars approved of Temmie is the man. This is true. Yeah, I don't know if I can trust them anymore. Kept expecting to go psych and just keep going. That would be evil. Whew. Turn to dust and fade away, just like Papyrus the Knight. Oh my god. Well, I'm glad there are enough of you guys who watch me who are into this that we could have chat going the whole time. I really wasn't sure how this would work out. Sorry to anyone who just wanted 2 more hours of Splatoon, but I thought this would be fun, and it was fun. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. I am going to end it now. Oh boy, that took so much longer than I thought. What is our final time? 5 hours, 10 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna head out. Thank you guys for watching. Yeah, long stream. Haven't done... I mean, the last one this long was the music tier list. So, that was a while ago at this point. Anyway, I'm working on the Q&A video. So that'll come out hopefully soon. Hopefully that shouldn't take too long. But yeah, that'll be next. And yeah, we'll continue talking about lore of both Splatoon and Deltarune in the future, I imagine. So see you guys then. This has been Cosmic. Farewell.